नसीरुल्लाह जो कि कप्तान है डायमंड लैंड हब के, एक बार फिर आउटसाइड द ऑफ स्टंप इसको कवर्स में खेला है और बड़ी खूबसूरती के साथ शॉट को खेला, तो पहला 4 इस इनिंग्स का हासिल हुआ।
बड़ा अच्छा स्टार्ट नसीर की तरफ से। ऑफ स्टंप की गिरा हुआ गेंद था, मजीद बाहर की तरफ निकला, उसको अच्छा पंच किया है कवर की तरफ और किसी भी फील्डर को मौका नहीं मिला कि ये बॉल रोक सके और 4 रन हासिल किए अपनी टीम के लिए।
नसीरुल्लाह महसूद हम देख रहे हैं कि इन्होंने अपने अच्छे शॉट्स खेले हैं और आगाज से ही ऐसा लग रहा है कि जो आउटसाइड द ऑफ स्टंप की बॉल उसको छोड़ना नहीं चाह रहे हैं। इससे पहले 2 रन हासिल किए, फिर 4 रन उस पर हासिल किए हैं। डाउन द लेग साइड ये गेंद है और शॉर्ट फाइन लेग पर एक कैच ड्रॉप हो गया। अच्छी कोशिश थी, दाएं जानिब डाइव किया इस कैच को लेने के लिए, लेकिन हार्ड लक के ये पहली विकेट जो शायद मिल सकती थी वो ना मिली।
जी हाँ, काफी लेग स्टंप पे गिरा हुआ गेंद था। अम्माद बट थे फील्डर और तेज फ्लिक हुआ था और अमूमन ऐसे फ्लिक पर टाइम कम मिलता है जज करने का।
तो 2-4 यहां पर आ चुके हैं। नसीरुल्लाह बिल्कुल भी यहां पर हेड डाउन होकर बैटिंग नहीं कर रहे हैं और शॉट्स अपने भरपूर खेल रहे हैं। पहले 2 रन, फिर 4, फिर 4, अब ये होगी चौथी गेंद। क्या करेंगे इस पे नसीरुल्लाह? आउटसाइड द ऑफ स्टंप इसको फिर खेलना चाहे थे कवर्स में, लेकिन कामयाब नहीं हुए और डॉट बॉल इस ओवर की पहली।
जी हाँ, काफी जोर से मारना चाह रहे थे बॉल को, उस तरह से बॉल नहीं आया जो इनकी एक्सपेक्टेशन में था। थोड़ा सा नीचे रहा बॉल वो। अभी तक 10 रन बन चुके हैं और पहले ओवर का खेल जारी है।
शॉर्ट थर्ड मैन, बैकवर्ड पॉइंट, कवर, शॉर्ट एक्स्ट्रा कवर और मिड ऑफ ऑफ साइड की फील्ड है, जबकि ऑन साइड पर शॉर्ट फाइन लेग और मिडॉन को लेकर रखा है सर्कल के अंदर। लेग स्टंप से बाहर ये गेंद, कीपर भी इसको नहीं रोक सके हैं, तो ये गेंद जो कि लेग स्टंप से बाहर थी, वाइड बॉल और 4 रन पे मिल गए हैं, तो सोने पे सुहागा हो गया ताहिर खान।
बहुत जोर लगा रहे हैं बॉल को और स्विंग करना चाह रहे हैं कि बॉल मिडिल स्टंप में पिच हो, अंदर की तरफ आए, लेकिन लेग स्टंप पे पिच हो गया, बॉल मजीद लेग स्टंप की तरफ गया और कीपर की फुल लेंथ डाइव थी अपने उल्टे हाथ की तरफ, लेकिन वो भी रोकने में नाकाम रहे। यूं वाइड के 4 रन।
अहमद हसन का अच्छा खासा महंगा ओवर अब तक आ चुका है, जिसकी सिर्फ 4 गेंदें हुई हैं और 15 रन इस ओवर में आ चुके हैं। 3 बाउंड्रीज इस पहले ओवर में। डायमंड लैंड हब बड़ा भरपूर जवाब है अब तक आगाज में इनका, 201 रन के टारगेट को चेस करने के लिए। एक बार पर उठाकर खेले हैं और ये पहला छक्का लगता कि शायद होता, लेकिन एक बाउंस के बाद गेंद जो है बाउंड्री के बाहर चली गई है, तो अब तक 4 चौके ताहिर खान इस ओवर में आ गए।
जी हाँ, एक कंफर्ट जोन में मैं कहूंगा नसीर के बॉल आया, स्टंप पे पिच था और बहुत ही अच्छा और आई ऑन द बॉल थी। अगर आप देखें जो बॉडी बड़ी अच्छी थी, हेड स्टिल था, सिर्फ उनको आइडिया था कि जो वो फ्लिक कर रहे हैं मिड विकेट की तरफ कि वो उसमें कामयाब होंगे और 4 रन मिले उनको।
जी, ये बात जानते हैं कि इस मैच को अगर ये जीतते हैं तो फिर क्वालिफाई करने के चांसेस इनके बढ़ जाएंगे आगे क्वार्टर फाइनल में जाने के लिए। ये पहली बॉल थी कि जिसपे सिंगल हासिल हुआ, तो पहला ओवर खासा महंगा मुकम्मल हुआ। डायमंड लैंड हब 20 बगैर किसी विकेट के नुकसान के। ये एंट्रेंस है और ये नाजमाबाद जेम खाना की बिल्डिंग और उसके पीछे 5 स्टार होटल जिसको आप देख रहे हैं तामीर होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है आपको। 4 लाइट टावर्स नया नाजमाबाद स्टेडियम में नस्ब है अम्माद बट जो कि अब इस इनिंग्स का दूसरा ओवर करवाने के लिए आ रहे हैं, लेकिन आगाज बहुत ही अच्छा रहा डायमंड लैंड हब का। पहले ही ओवर में 20 रन हासिल हुए हैं और स्ट्राइक जो है वो नसीरुल्लाह महसूद के पास ही रहेगी, क्योंकि पिछले ओवर की लास्ट बॉल पे उन्होंने एक सिंगल हासिल किया था। और इस दौरान जो बैकवर्ड पॉइंट पर फील्डर थे उनको आगे बुलाया है। और थर्ड मैन को पीछे कर लिया है। तो अम्माद बट पहली बॉल करेंगे अपने नए ओवर की।
अच्छा बॉल पड़ने के बाद बाहर की तरफ निकला। नसीर खेलना चाह रहे थे मिड ऑफ के ऊपर से।
नसीरुल्लाह बड़ा क्लियर मैसेज है इनकी तरफ से कि इन्होंने अपना गेम खेलना है और इन्होंने शॉट्स की तरफ जाना है। कि जिस तरह से पहला ओवर था वहां पर भी हमने देखा, और इस बॉल पे भी है देखिए ऑन साइड पे हिट करने के लिए जा रहे थे, तो बड़ा मैसेज क्लियर इनकी तरफ से कि इन्होंने जो है वो हिट करना है।
जी हाँ, टोटल भी इनको बड़ा ही चेस करना है और इनको अंदाजा है कि फर्स्ट पावर प्ले जो है 6 ओवर का वो बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है इनकी टीम के लिए।
एक रन यहाँ पर हासिल किया, बेहतर था ये देखते हुए कि अगर आप हर गेंद पे शॉट मारते हैं तो रिस्की भी है, तो आसानी से इसको एक सिंगल जो है वो हासिल किया।
अच्छी रनिंग बिटवीन द विकेट और ये अच्छी कम्युनिकेशन होती है। फ्लिक किया था वन हैंड पे, लेकिन अगर ये लगता डायरेक्ट तो बहुत क्लोज हो सकता था।
फिर तो घर ही जाना होता इनको अगर बॉल हिट कर जाती स्टंप पे, क्योंकि अच्छा खासा फासला था। अब्दुल रहमान जिन्होंने अभी तक इस इनिंग्स की एक भी गेंद नहीं खेली है, अब पहली बार सामना करेंगे वो। अब तक स्ट्राइक हमने देखा नसरुल्लाह के पास ही रही थी। थर्ड मैन पर फील्डर है, डाइव किया है लेकिन डाइव करना बेमानी रहा, क्योंकि गिरते हुए बॉल हाथ से लगी है और फिर बाउंड्री के बाहर चली गई है, तो 4 रन हासिल हुए।
वो अच्छा बॉल था अम्माद बट का, जो सीम हुआ बाहर की तरफ निकला, थर्ड मैन की तरफ बहुत तेज ट्रेवल किया। अच्छी एफर्ट मैं कहूंगा इसको, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेट जब उन्हें रोकने गए तो उनके पैर से लग के बॉल रोप क्रॉस कर गई।
अहमद हसन जो कि इससे पहले इन्होंने ये ओवर किया था और थर्ड मैन पे मौजूद हैं ये, जिनसे मिस फील्डिंग हुई थी। एफर्ट्स बड़ी अच्छी ने ताहिर ने कहा, लेकिन हार्ड लक ही ये 4 रन से ही रोक सके हैं। इस बार कोशिश की थी इसको मिड विकेट की जानिब खेलने की, लेकिन एक बार फिर बीच हुए और शॉट था वो कनेक्ट नहीं कर सके।
ये देखिए तो सामने गिरा, ऊपर आया बॉल और अच्छी लेंथ पे बॉल कर रहे हैं अम्माद बट। इस लेंथ पे हिट करना थोड़ा मुश्किल होगा, कि अम्माद बट का एक्सपीरियंस बहुत है और मुख्तलिफ किस्म की लीग्स खेलते रहे हैं। टीएसएल में भी हमने देखा इनको।
इस बार एज हुआ है और ये बॉल चली गई है बाउंड्री के बाहर 6 रन के लिए। फाइन लेग से हमने देखा टॉप एज हुआ और 6 रन यहां पर हासिल हुए।
जिस लेंथ की बात कर रहा था उस लेंथ पे यही शॉट लग सकता था। सही तरीके से कंट्रोल नहीं था शॉट, ये टॉप एज लगा और बॉल फाइन लेग की तरफ गई। ऑफ स्टंप पे गिरा हुआ गेंद था, उसको मिड विकेट की तरफ कनेक्ट करना चाह रहे थे, बॉल गया थर्ड मैन की तरफ।
जी हाँ, मकसद इनका बाउंड्री हासिल करना था, लेकिन बहरहाल वो हासिल हो गई है एज लगने के बाद और 6 रन इनको मिल गए हैं। जो शायद शॉट मिड विकेट पे नहीं मिला वो फाइन लेग पर रन्स की सूरत में इनको देकर चला गया है। तो अच्छी सेंसिबल बैटिंग ताहिर खान की, जहां पर बाउंड्री है, बाउंड्री हासिल हो गई, उसके बाद सिंगल जो है वो आसानी के साथ हासिल करें। 2 ओवर्स मुकम्मल, 32, कोई आउट नहीं।
या दानिश, क्योंकि फर्स्ट पावर प्ले है और बिल्कुल दोनों बैटर्स के जहन में होगा कि विकेट हम थ्रो ना करें, क्योंकि 201 रन का टारगेट उन्होंने चेस करना है। बॉलिंग में तब्दीली की गई है हिल्स एंड की तरफ से, और हुसैन तलत को लाया गया है।
हुसैन तलत पहला ओवर करने के लिए आ रहे हैं अपना। पहली गेंद पे इस्तकबाल जो था वो कुछ अच्छा नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि 4 रन यहां पर हासिल हो गए हैं। स्लाइड किया था और शायद ड्यू की वजह से हमने देखा स्लिप हुए और 4 रन बने।
काफी पीछे गिरा हुआ गेंद का था, उसको पुल किया अब्दुल रहमान ने और मिसफील्ड हुई मिड विकेट के फील्डर से। एक बाउंस हुआ, दूसरे बाउंस पे क्योंकि वो कंट्रोल नहीं कर सके, आई नहीं थी बॉल पे, इसीलिए 4 रन।
अब्दुल रहमान और नसीरुल्लाह महसूद जिन्होंने बड़ा अच्छा आगाज किया अब तक। ये तीसरा ओवर है और 36 रन बन चुके हैं। हुसैन तलत एक बार फिर आ रहे हैं, इस बार प्रोवाइज करने के लिए गए थे, एलबीडब्ल्यू की अपील की है, लेकिन 1 रन यहां पर बन जाएगा।
तो अब्दुल रहमान को अंदाजा था कि फाइन लेग फील्डर सर्कल में मौजूद है, तो स्कूप मारना चाह रहे थे। ऑफ स्टंप के बाहर गिरा हुआ गेंद था, लेकिन एक ही रन बन सका, वहां पर सही तरीके से कनेक्ट नहीं कर सके।
तो यहां पर 4 से ऐसा लगता है कि उससे कम पे तो बात बनेगी नहीं। ग्राउंड के हर तरफ दोनों ने अपने शॉट्स खेलना शुरू कर दिए हैं, और नसीरुल्लाह जिन्होंने एक और 4 रन हासिल किए बैकवर्ड पॉइंट की जानिब।
बहुत ही खूबसूरत प्लेसमेंट नसीरुल्लाह की तरफ से, बाहर गिरा हुआ गेंद तो ऑफ स्टंप के बाहर, काफी टाइम मिला उनको ये प्लेसमेंट करने का। बहुत ही खूबसूरत शॉट, ऑफ स्टंप के बाहर गिरा हुआ गेंद था, बैकफुट पे रहे, कंट्रोल थी, बैलेंस बड़ा कंट्रोल था।
वो एक सिंगल यहां पर, लेकिन बाद में ये लगा कि रन नहीं हो सकता, तो वापस पलटे हैं। शायद नसीरुल्लाह चाह रहे थे कि रन हासिल कर लिया जाए, लेकिन बाद में भी वो बात कर रहे हैं कि रन बनता था। आपको क्या लगता है, बनता था ये रन?
देखिए मेरे हिसाब से अब्दुल रहमान रेडी नहीं थे, क्योंकि जो ऐसे शॉट्स जो प्लेसमेंट होती है वो आपको आई से रन लेने पड़ते हैं, क्योंकि जो फील्डर्स हैं वो 30 यार्ड के बाहर से स्टार्ट ले रहे हैं और 30 यार्ड पे खत्म कर रहे हैं। तो मेरे हिसाब से रन था, लेकिन शॉट जो प्लेसमेंट थी वो थोड़ी तेज गया था बॉल वहां। फिर अब्दुल रहमान रन लेना चाह रहे थे, उनको मना किया नसरुल्लाह ने। बड़ी अच्छी पार्टनरशिप डायमंड लैंड हब की तरफ से दोनों ओपनर्स की।
डायमंड लैंड हब के जहां पर इससे पहले इमाद वसीम भी खेले हैं, और अब इमाद वसीम की खिदमत इस टीम को हासिल नहीं है। इस्लामाबाद से खास तौर पर एक क्लब जो कि आए यहाँ पर मैच खेलने के लिए, आउटसाइड द ऑफ स्टंप बॉल थी, और 1 रन यहाँ पर हासिल करना चाहते हैं। प्रॉपर कलेक्शन नहीं था, जिसका पूरा फायदा उठाया और सिंगल हासिल किया। तो 3 ओवर्स के बाद 42, कोई आउट नहीं, डायमंड लैंड हब। तो 3 ओवर्स में बहुत ही उम्दा आगाज है अब तक डायमंड लैंड हब का। 42 बना लिए हैं, कोई विकेट यहाँ पर नहीं गिरी है और हर तरफ से हमने देखा कि शॉट्स खेलते हुए दोनों ही बैट्समैन नसीरुल्लाह महसूद और अब्दुल रहमान जो हैं वो हमें नजर आए हैं। 12 पे 21 बनाए नसीरुल्लाह महसूद ने, जबकि 6 पे 16 बना चुके हैं अब्दुल रहमान, और कुल मिलाकर 6 चौके और 1 छक्का अपने बल्ले से लगाने में कामयाब रहे अब तक ये दोनों बैट्समैन। अहमद दानियाल जो कि अब बॉलिंग करने के लिए आएंगे पवेलियन एंड से।
अहमद दानियाल पवेलियन एंड से स्टार्ट लेते हुए।
पहली बॉल पर उठाकर खेला है, बैकवर्ड स्क्वायर लेग पर, कैच आउट हो गए हैं। काफी देर तक ये कैच हवा में रहा, लेकिन मिलाकर इसको अपने हाथों में महफूज किया और पहली कामयाबी मिल गई है इशाल फैल्कन्स एसोसिएट्स को।
बहुत ही अच्छा स्टार्ट अहमद दानियाल का और बहुत ही अच्छा कैच। नो बॉल भी यहाँ पर चेक होते हुए ब्रेक करना चाह रहे थे स्क्वायर लेग की तरफ, सही तरीके से टाइम नहीं कर सके, टॉप एज लिया और बहुत ही अच्छा कैच। बहुत अच्छा कैच फहीम की तरफ से।
चेक किया था सर, चेक किया था
नसीरुल्लाह महसूद जो कि बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग कर रहे थे, शुरू से इन्होंने अटैक जो था वो रखा हुआ था ऑपोजिशन के खिलाफ, लेकिन बहुत लंबी इनिंग्स नहीं खेल सके। 21 रन बनाने के बाद वापस लौटे हैं, 4 चौके लगाए थे इन्होंने। और अब जबकि अब्दुल रहमान जो हैं वो मौजूद हैं, जिन्होंने 6 गेंदों पे 16 रन बना लिए हैं, 2 चौके 1 छक्का उन्होंने भी लगाया, वो क्रीज पर मौजूद हैं।
देखिए पीछे गिरा हुआ गेंद था, उसको सही तरीके से प्लेस नहीं कर सके, स्क्वायर लेग की तरफ टॉप एज लिया और बहुत ही शानदार कैच फहीम की तरफ से। दानिश ऐसे कैच बड़े मुश्किल होते हैं अंडर लाइट, लेकिन बहुत ही अच्छा कैच।
जी हाँ, लाइट टावर्स में ऐसे कैचेस मुश्किल हो जाते हैं, लेकिन अच्छी तरह से हमने देखा कि इसको ना सिर्फ जज किया, उसके बाद अपने हाथों में महफूज किया। एतजाज खान है आने वाले नए बैट्समैन। इस गेंद को भी उठाकर खेला है और ये कैच आउट हो सकते हैं। शॉट मिड विकेट पे, एक और विकेट गिर गई है, कैच लिया यहां पर और बैक टू बैक दूसरी विकेट खो दी है डायमंड लैंड हब ने, और अहमद दानियाल देखते ही देखते हैट्रिक पर आ गए।
बहुत ही अच्छी बॉलिंग अहमद दानियाल की और एक आसान कैच। देखें इतना पीछे गिरा हुआ गेंद नहीं था कि उसको पुल मारने की गए, और एक अच्छा कैच और आसान कैच, और यूं अहमद दानियाल ऑन अ हैट्रिक। अब्दुल रहमान आउट होकर वापस 16 रन बनाए, 7 बॉलों का उन्होंने सामना किया। डायमंड लैंड हब 42 पे 2।
बहुत ज्यादा क्योंकि पेस नहीं है यहाँ पे अहमद दानियाल का, और यही वजह है कि हमने देखा कि इस शॉट पे बहुत प्रॉपर कनेक्ट भी नहीं कर सके हैं, सीधा फील्डर के हाथों में कैच गया। तो 2 विकेट बैक टू बैक ताहिर खान हासिल कर ली। जिस तरह हम देख रहे हैं डायमंड लैंड हब ने आगाज किया था, अब प्रेशर में है, दोनों बड़ी अहम विकेट, दोनों सेटल्ड बैट्समैन जो है वापस जा चुके हैं।
जी हाँ, आप देखना होगा कि किस तरह से अब रुहेल नजीर आने वाले बैट्समैन हैं, और अहमद दानियाल ऑन अ हैट्रिक हैं। कामर अकमल जो कप्तान हैं, 2 स्लिप दी है उनको हैट्रिक बॉल के लिए।
नया नाजाबाद कॉर्पोरेट कप में कि जहां पर एक हैट्रिक हो चुकी है, दूसरी हैट्रिक के लिए ये बॉल थी, लेकिन इसको शॉर्ट फाइन लेग की जानिब खेल दिया है बड़ी बेहतर अंदाज से और सिंगल हासिल किया।
पैर निकल गया,
पीछे गिरा हुआ गेंद था, मिडिल लेग की तरफ गया बॉल।
पैर निकल गया।
अमूमन देखा जाता है कि जो हैट्रिक बॉल होती है, बॉलर्स की कोशिश होती है कि विद इन स्टंप्स वो बॉल करें।
आपके ख्याल में अहमद दानियाल ने दोनों अच्छी गेंदें की थी, इस पे विकेट मिली है ताहिर, या फिर बैट्समैन की अपनी गलती थी, वो जल्दी कर गए?
ठीक है, जो पहला आउट किया था थोड़ा खिंचा हुआ गेंद था, सही तरीके से टाइम नहीं कर, लेकिन दूसरा बॉल पुल का बॉल नहीं था, वो सिंपल खेलते बॉल उसको, लेकिन वो जबरदस्ती कि उनको शॉट्स मारने थे उस वक्त।
तो आपके ख्याल में बैट्समैन दोनों दफा जल्दी करके चले गए?
जी, क्योंकि उनको ये लगा था, क्योंकि जिस तरह से अहमद दानियाल से पहले जिन बॉलर्स को उन्होंने खेला था, बॉल उनका बल्ले पे आ रहा था, पेस था, लेकिन अहमद दानियाल का पेस उनसे थोड़ा सा कम था, इसी वजह से सही तरीके से टाइम नहीं कर सके और जल्दी की उन्होंने।
आई गॉट माय आंसर, थैंक यू। तो अब जितने नए आने वाले बैट्समैन उन्होंने भी अहमद दानियाल को रिस्पेक्ट देनी शुरू कर दी है, ये बात जानते हुए कि इसी ओवर में 2 विकेटें गिरी हैं, तो सुकून के साथ बैटिंग करें। और कामरान अकमल ने आज फिर विकेट कीपर ग्लव्स नहीं पहने, मिड ऑफ की पोजीशन पे वो मौजूद हैं। आपके ख्याल में कामरान अकमल ग्लव्स के साथ ज्यादा एंजॉय करते हैं बगैर ग्लव्स के?
ऑब्वियसली बिंगा विकेट कीपर ग्लव्स के साथ ज्यादा एंजॉय करना भी चाहिए। स्लोअर वन किया अहमद दानियाल ने, उसका अच्छी प्लेसमेंट एजाज की, लेकिन एक ही रन बन सकेगा।
तो 4 ओवर्स मुकम्मल, 44 पर 2, और अब कमेंट्री टीम में तब्दीली होगी। क्योंकि 4 ओवर्स के बाद डायमंड लैंड हब 44 पर 2, 96 पे 157 रन दरकार हैं। एक बड़ी पार्टनरशिप की जरूरत है यहाँ पर इस मैच में फतह हासिल करने के लिए। एतजाज और रोहिल दोनों नए आने वाले बैट्समैन हैं, जब से कुछ देर पहले आए हैं बैटिंग करने के लिए। नसरुल्लाह महसूद और अब्दुल रहमान आउट होके जा चुके हैं। हुसैन तलत अपने नए ओवर का आगाज करेंगे। हिल्स एंड से आ रहे हैं गेंद करने के लिए। पहली गेंद को ड्राइव किया, रन आउट होने का खतरा हो सकता है, और हाँ नहीं में काफी ज्यादा फंबल हुआ, क्योंकि एक वैसा मंजर था कि जहां पर हमें लग रहा था कि बैट्समैन जो है अगर बॉल स्टंप्स को हिट कर जाती तो उनके लिए खतरे की अलामत था। लेकिन अब दोनों आए, एक शॉर्ट मीटिंग की, एक दूसरे को समझाया, एक दूसरे को समझे, और अब वापस आ चुके हैं। तो अब कमेंट्री टीम में तब्दीली होगी, और अच्छा सा डिनर ले रहे थे आसिफ खान और चौधरी राणा साहब आ चुके हैं, ज्वाइन करेंगे आपको।
शुक्रिया दानिश नईम अब्बासी और ताहिर खान। और बैंड की अपील कर रहे हैं, अंपायर मुस्कुराए, थोड़ा सा हैरानगी का भी इजहार किया अंपायर ने। डायमंड लैंड हब 44 रन, 2 खिलाड़ी आउट।
जी हाँ, ये लेग स्टंप से बाहर गेंद, अच्छी टेक विकेट कीपर की। बड़ा मुश्किल होता है टाइम्स इस तरह से गेंद को ग्रैब करना, बट विकेट कीपर डिड वेल। बड़ा टारगेट है एतजाज और रोहिल विकेट पे मौजूद।
विकेट कीपिंग भी आज कामरान अकमल नहीं कर रहे हैं।
गुड बॉलिंग रानी भाई, गुड बॉलिंग।
अवाम की बड़ी तादाद अब भी इस रात के इस पहर भी मौजूद नया नाज़ाबाद स्टेडियम के अतराफ में। पवेलियन के अलावा भी अवाम की बड़ी तादाद ग्राउंड के अतराफ मौजूद।
शायकीन क्रिकेट के जोश व वलवले में कोई कमी नहीं है, जिससे अंदाज़ा होता है कि कितना लोग पसंद करते हैं क्रिकेट के खेल को। इस गेंद को खूबसूरती के साथ खेल दिया किसी खिलाड़ी के लिए कोई मौका नहीं और गेंद बाउंड्री से बाहर, 4 रन।
काफी देर से ये कोशिश कर रहे थे इस शॉट को खेलने की, क्योंकि हुसैन तलत कंसिस्टेंसी के साथ इसी लेंथ पर बॉलिंग कर रहे हैं, इसी लाइन पर बॉलिंग कर रहे हैं। लेग स्टंप से बाहर, फाइन लेग का फील्डर ऊपर। ये सुनहरी मौका था जिससे फायदा उठाया बैट्समैन ने और गेंद को कनेक्ट किया बाउंड्री के लिए।
153 रन चाहिए 92 गेंदों पर। थर्ड मैन के लिए कुछ काम है जो उन्होंने जिंदगी के साथ किया, काफी इलाके को कवर करके, और 1 रन तक कंटेंट करने में कामयाब रहे।
इस नया नाज़िमाबाद कोऑपरेट कप का ये आखिरी ग्रुप मैच भी है। इसके बाद ये फैसला हो जाएगा, वाज़ेह हो जाएगा कि कौन सी टीम्स क्वार्टर फाइनल में पहुंची हैं, कौन सी 8 टीमें क्वार्टर फाइनल के लिए क्वालिफाई कर सकेंगी। 12 टीम्स इस टूर्नामेंट के आगाज से ही नवर्द आजमा है इस सूरत हाल से, और तमाम टीमों की कोशिश यकीनन ये होगी राना कि वो क्वार्टर फाइनल खेलें। अब ये फैसला इस मैच के बाद हो जाएगा।
The letter of the day is C. C is for Cricket 360, the #1 cricket broadcasting and media company in the entire Caribbean. Watch now, all you. If all you like all it cricket, Cricket 360 is your only choice. Watch now. Is local cricket them showing, international cricket, little regional cricket, and then little minor league and things. So they're showing all that. So if you know you like your cricket, Cricket 360 is your #1 choice. Me myself, I don't know cricket lover and thing, eh? Hang it now, all the cricket was here. First, me myself, I real cricket lover and thing, eh?
विकेट कीपर्स ही बेहतर बता सकते हैं, लेकिन मेरा मानना यह है कि अगर आप रेगुलर विकेट कीपर हैं तो आपको विकेट कीपिंग ही करनी चाहिए, बजाय इसके कि आप किसी और जगह आके खड़े हो जाएं और दूसरे विकेट कीपर को आजमाएं। ये हो सकता है कि ऑन द सॉफ्ट कॉर्नर दूसरा विकेट कीपर टीम में अवेलेबल हो तो आप कहें चलो जी, जैसे आजम खान है, चलें ये भी विकेट कीपर हैं, विकेट कीपिंग कर लें, या कोई और विकेट कीपर है तो चलें ये कर लें। ये एक हो सकता है, बट रेगुलर कीपर शुड बी कीपिंग, तो मेरा मानना ये है। और कोई मैच आम मैच नहीं होता, कोई मैच गैर आम मैच नहीं होता, यू प्ले फॉर विन।
जी हाँ, और ऐसे क्रंच मैच में तो ये भी एक पहलू है जो आपकी टीम की शिकस्त का बायस बन सकता है। सरफराज अहमद ने भी विकेट कीपिंग नहीं की थी पिछले मैच में, सरफराज अहमद आज के मैच में अवेलेबल नहीं थे, जाती मसरूफियात थी उनकी, वो ठीक है।
हाँ, ये हो सकता है कि जो 2 विकेट कीपर अवेलेबल हों एक टीम में, उनमें से बेहतर विकेट कीपर कौन है, वो हो सकता है। जैसे अगर बटलर और बेयरस्टो एक टीम में हो, कोई मुझसे पूछो, मैं कहूँगा बेयरस्टो एनी हाउ शुड कीप, बटलर कैन प्ले एज बैट्समैन। 6 ओवर के बाद 53 पे 4। और इसी तरह अगर प्रसन्ना जयावर्धने और संगाकारा होते थे तो मेरा ख्याल ऑलवेज प्रसन्ना की जानिब जाने चाहिए, वो इज द बेटर विकेट कीपर। हालांकि संगाकारा वाजंट अ बैड विकेट कीपर आइदर। बहरहाल ये रहा है। उससे बढ़कर मिसाल मैं दे दूं कि अगर मोइन खान और राशिद लतीफ़ एक साथ खेलें, देन राशिद लतीफ़ शुड कीप विकेट्स।
लेकिन मोइन खान और राशिद लतीफ़ एक साथ खेले भी हैं और राशिद लतीफ़ ने फील्डिंग भी की है।
वो तो वसीम अकरम का फैसला होगा ना, मैं तो अपनी बात बता रहा हूँ।
ठीक है, मैं आपकी बात को मुस्तनद मानता हूँ।
नहीं, बात तो आपकी मर्जी है जिसके बाद, लेकिन यकीनन मेरी नज़र में राशिद बेटर विकेट कीपर देन मोइन खान, और मोइन खान बेहतर बैट्समैन थे राशिद लतीफ़ के मुकाबले में, और कामरान इन दोनों से बेहतर बैट्समैन और कीपर दोनों से हल्के।
विकेट कीपिंग एक बहुत नाजुक शोबा होता है।
ठीक है,
इसमें दिमाग चाहिए, हर गेंद पर कंसंट्रेशन की जरूरत भी होती है, तो विकेट कीपर शुड बी द बेस्ट अवेलेबल पर्सन।
जी हाँ, विकेट कीपर बेस्ट पोजीशन में होता है। आपको कन्विंस करने के हवाले से आजकल जो UDRS सिस्टम, अंपायर डिसीजन रिव्यू सिस्टम, उसके अलावा बैट्समैन की कमजोरियों को वो देख रहा होता है, तो कैप्टन को या बॉलर को बहुत सारी चीजें बता सकता है।
ले खुद ही ले। टॉप बॉलिंग कैसा टॉप बॉलिंग।
7वें ओवर में 55 रन 2 विकेट के नुकसान पर।
मेरे भाई अच्छी बॉलिंग कर रहा है तू, शाबाश। ले इधर ही।
कवर्स में खेले कोई रन तेजी से नहीं आ रहे, क्योंकि एवरेज इतनी बुरी भी नहीं है। 146 रन अभी भी चाहिए 81 गेंदों पर, मगर टारगेट को देखते हुए यकीनन तकाजा ये है कि और भी तेजी के साथ बैटिंग की जाए, क्योंकि कम से कम 10 रन का रन रेट मेंटेन करके चलना है इस औसत को चेज करने के लिए। विकेट गेंद गई और सिंगल हासिल हुआ।
इस टूर्नामेंट में बड़ा अच्छे मैचेस हमने देखे, बहुत
Very good afternoon and welcome back to the Sid Gray Sporting Complex here in Roxborough, Tobago. We're about to get underway with the first of two matches, and this features the Little Tobago Islanders. They go up against the defending champions, the Rainforest Rangers. Not quite the matchup that we had expected, because Rainforest Rangers are absolutely up against it, really struggling. And to tell you more about their struggles, their trials, their tribulations, here is Vinud Mamchan. He's been witnessing it.
Thanks a lot, Sheldon. Very good afternoon to you, as well as our many viewers out there all around the world as we continue the coverage of this BAGO T10. Now, this is the penultimate day of this tournament, and still there's interest amongst all four teams, even the Rainforest Rangers, who you were speaking about. If they can crush the Islanders and do it in an emphatic manner, they may still be able to sneak into that eliminator, which is carded for 2 p.m. tomorrow. And of course, there's that battle for the number one position between the Divers and the Gunners a little later on tonight. And whoever wins there, if the Divers win, they need to win by a huge margin, and they'll go directly into the finals.
It's a really odd situation, isn't it, that you've got the bottom of the table team, defending champions, who if everything fell into place, could still win it. Very odd.
I've seen a situation where teams that were on the brink of being eliminated go on to win major titles. I take you back to 1992 for the World Cup in Australia, when England had bowled Pakistan out for 74, and they were 27 for 1. Now, had England gone to win that match, which they would have done at 27 for 1, West Indies would have qualified for the semi-finals, and Pakistan would have been out. Pakistan was a shower away from packing their clothes and going back to Lahore, and they ended up going back to Karachi with the World Cup title.
Well, I wonder if we're going to witness something similar. Perhaps not at those elevated heights, but something along those lines anyway. We had the first ball. Terence Hines it was, who was just pushed into the offside. There was no run. It's Webster on strike. He hits that out to the man at cover. Well stopped, and there's no run.
A little bit of bounce there on that occasion. I was looking at the pitch. I know that you were out there in your shorts and your sleeveless top. It was not a pretty sight, but you were out there, taking a close inspection. I don't know if you're a soil scientist, but I know that you have a degree in grass. You know a lot about grass, and there's none. It's void at the moment. But what I saw, David, that had me a bit concerned, as this one squares up the batsman, he pushes out to cover. What had me concerned was that there are ridges on that pitch, because there are certain areas that are soft. You can see by the color of it, and the heavy.
The upward curve of those sunken areas is going to take off like an airliner. And when it takes the downward trend, it's going to come down like the price of oil. So that is something that will have everyone concerned. And even young Visham Lalman, who he pointed out to me just now that just at the bowler's end on the CN,
which is where Webster is batting at the moment, it's dangerous, because there is a big sink there, and one hopes that the fast bowlers in particular don't turn over an ankle running in from that end.
We shall see as Hines delivers that one. Thick outside edge, and it gets past the man there. I have to say, Vinod, we've seen some pretty poor attempts, and that is up there with them, really.
And a couple hours to stop that, and he didn't.
Pushing a hand out is not really enough. You've got to try to get some body behind it, just in case you missed. You might wear it, in the shoulder or the chest or something, but you've got to make a better effort than that, I'm afraid, at this kind of level.
Well, you normally push your hands out when you're going to greet someone, and even these days you're not doing that. You're giving them the elbow. So I think he was wrong on all counts there, Sheldon.
Hines is not going to be happy with that. He was going along nicely, having bowled 4 dot balls. That one went to the boundary for 4. He's got one more ball left in the over. He could still feel that he's come out of this okay if he can pick up another dot. Anyway, he's running in now.
Hasn't been a bad over at all.
Doesn't quite get hold of that. He tries to pull that, but it goes really nowhere. And at the end of the first over, it is 4 without loss. Here's Vinod.
But that last delivery was on its way down, so that would have struck one of those areas where the sunken area where the beginning of it was, and that is why it kept low. You can see him crouching a bit as he played the shot, and whenever that happens, as he's doing some gardening now in that very area, whenever that happens, you lose your shape, and with your shape goes your timing.
Down at the far end, it looks like Mark Dial is marking out his run-up, doesn't he? The red cap on and 27, just pointing to a few fielders and waving.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say Dial is marking out his run.
He's bowled well. I mean, he hasn't had as much success with the bat as he would have liked, but he's bowled well, and along with Imran Khan, you know, the slower bowlers, I think that they've been really the pick, although we did have, who was it last night that got the Man of the Match award from St. Vincent?
Sam, it's driven down the ground. That's a massive hit, and that's the first KFC 6 today.
Well, picking he put a few big blows over the cream walls into the car park and the new administrative complex that they've built over there. I'm sure that we're going to be in there next time around. They've got a media centre in there. I don't know if you know that. Might try and get in there.
Well, you know, last time we were here, you took us to the top floor.
Yeah, good spot, isn't it?
Great view.
And a terrific start for Telemark. First ball went for 6, Dial bowls, and he just works that off his legs. They come through for 1, they can't come back for a second. He picks up very quickly and gets it in just as quick, just the 1.
Yeah, well, that shot by Telemark would have actually ignited the innings. The first over, just the 1 boundary, and that came via an awful miss down at third man. So that was a very good first over by Hines, who's a great competitor. Just the 4 runs coming off it. So Dial will want to follow suit here. His first delivery was struck for 6, but he needs to come back strongly. He's going to bowl to Webster, man he should know a lot about.
Well, he dropped that too short. He pulls that, there's no one out there, and they're going to have to chase that.
Well, that's another 6, another maximum, KFC maximum here.
This track where the ball is going to come on a bit in the earlies, it's hard, so it's going to come on, and Webster did the needful.
Yeah, it's the best combination for the batsman. A hard track and a hard ball. You know you're going to get bounce out of it. That just, I wouldn't say that it sat up there, but it was there to be hit, and Webster put it away well. Here comes Dial again.
That one was almost wide, just got away with that. Webster looking to cut that away. Gave him plenty of width there. A little bit of urgency about the Rangers in this start. Nice looking shape to that shot, very controlled all along the ground, nice and comfortable.
So I think there's an obvious plan here. I think Webster's going to knock it around in the earlies. If he gets the ball delivery, he'll put it away as he did there from the previous delivery. But I think young Tenny MAQ may well go for his shots.
Yeah, well, if he has the same degree of success that he had last night, it could be exciting. Might be short and sweet, but we enjoyed it. There's some of your friends over there.
Today is just one. I think he's awaiting the others, and then they will take the vantage position, which is on top of the shed. So he's just chilling on the boat, so to speak. He's now joined by one of his other friends, and there comes the other.
Right on cue. And he's waving others in, no?
Yes.
Plenty of room, he says. Come on.
Well, the first guy is probably telling them, well, we're on television. So
they normally have some liquid refreshment with them.
Yeah, some liquid refreshment, and they normally has a fire going there to chase away the mosquitoes.
18 without loss after 2. Webster is on 11. Telemark is on 7. Mark Dial went for 14 in that over. We were just singing his praises with the ball. He won't want to go for another 14 in his second. It'll really make the figures look ugly. York it is to bowl from this complex end. Just waiting to get the field set. Put them exactly where he wants. Hines is not that far from our commentary position. He's normally very vocal. You can hear him from time to time as he claps his hands and gets the team going. A real motivator. Hooper is very similar for the Gunners as York runs in now. He gets hold of that one, and that's gone past the man who's in the circle, and that goes for 4. Best start for the Rangers, exactly what they needed. Get the scoreboard ticking over quickly.
So it's going to be Joshua York continuing from the complex end.
Went for 4 off the first ball. Webster teeing him up now, and there it goes. That's over the head
and into the popcorn
of Hines. He stuck a hand up in the hope that it would stick, but
the right one, and I think Hines just threw his hands in the air to show that he made an effort, but there was no way. Let's be fair to Terrence Hines. There was no way he was going to get that. I think the concern with the website as he glanced back at the popcorn cart was whether the ball had landed in the cart. He may visit the popcorn center just after, as you have been doing frequently.
Hit very hard though, wasn't it? Really travelling as York runs in again.
Flash,
and that's gone. Well, he chanced his arm there, didn't he? Because it was quite wide. He had to throw.
Well, that's the power of Webster, but that was all timing, really, because when you push the batsman wide, it tends to lose power on the shot. That was all timing, and he was able to crash it over point on the boundary. The fielder at point is on the boundary. So we've had 4-6-6. Not a good start here by Joshua York. I know going into this innings, he held a lengthy discussion with Anil Lakhan. What wonders what Anil told him.
That was beautifully stroked to the man in the deep. They can only take one, but it was a lovely looking shot. And they just took a single. 17 off the over so far. The last one went for 14.
I say good afternoon to a young man who is on the stream at the moment. You might know him a bit. Young man by the name of Liam.
Hello, Liam. How are you doing?
just taking a rest these days, as he is with the Trinidad and Tobago Select Under-19 team that is playing in the Premiership 2.
I think the last time I saw him, he was splashing around in a swimming pool somewhere, relaxing. I look forward to seeing him in the middle at some stage.
Yeah, well, he has been very busy since cricket started back about a month ago, leading South Zone in the Under-19 Interzone, and then moving across to the Premiership 2 team, the TNT Select Under-19 team, and also the Flamingos, which is one of 4 teams playing in the government's Benefit Cup.
York bowls, it's leg side. There's an inside edge onto the pad. You could hear the click from here. Telemark looking to work that into the onside. It was on him just that little bit quicker than he thought. Webster is on 28 of 14 deliveries. Telemark, I think, as Vinod quite rightly hinted, is likely to chance his arm here, look for some big shots. He came off yesterday, hit some lovely shots, 3 or 4 I think, sailing over the wall. Here comes York again.
And again, you can hear that sound there, Sheldon. He probably got an inside edge.
Yeah, not quite connecting. However, the damage in the over was already done. Tion Webster taking 17 off that.
Yeah, well, as you can see there, our shot of the crowd. I don't think it's a crowd. You know, a certain number qualifies to be a crowd. I think it's a gathering. But as the evening progresses, I'm sure that a number of your friends from right around Roxborough will be coming down. Do you see value, Sheldon, in probably playing half of the matches here and half at Shore Park, so your friends from that end of the country can see the matches as well?
It would be nice to have something down there, and I hope I'm not going to upset anyone by saying I see no value in playing cricket at Shore Park. Sorry.
You want to elaborate on that, Sheldon?
Just not a venue for cricket.
It's a football venue.
It's been used for cricket because there isn't anything else. Mount Pleasant for me would be a better bet.
What about Louis Dore?
Well, that's up here. But if we're going to go, down west, in and around Scarborough, then Mount Pleasant much better, and maybe the new ground at the back of the Panyard there in Corland. And it's Pope now to bowl. Oh, he floats that one up there. It's gone high in the air. Yeah. Was not really going anywhere, was it? Except up and then out.
So Webster leaves. He got underneath that one too much.
For Tion Webster, just when he was beginning to look really dangerous, he gets a gift and not able to get hold of it. That should have been deposited anywhere except the fielder's hands, and that's the one place it ended up.
So Webster goes for 28 of 15 deliveries, and he did his work.
वहीद का अच्छी प्लेस किया, बैकफुट पे गए फौरन, मिड विकेट की तरफ खेला और 4 रन हासिल किया अपनी टीम के लिए। पीछे गिरा था, अच्छा प्लेस किया, फौरन बैकफुट पे गए, लाइन में आए बॉल की।
पकड़ को दे।
वहीद हैं बॉलर, यूटिलिटी प्लेयर हैं वही, जिस तरह मैंने पहले भी कहा, बाएं हाथ के बॉलर हैं, बाएं हाथ के बैट्समैन हैं। काफी वेट कम किया वहीद ने अपना। उस पर तबाह कवर में खेले, 1 रन मजीद हासिल किया। हम्माद भट्ट हैं फील्डर, विकेट कीपर के ट्रायल लिए इस तरह पे।
अच्छी कलेक्शन विकेट कीपर की, अमूमन बड़ा मुश्किल होता है
लेना कम भाई, ठीक है ठीक है।
अच्छा पेस लिया है मिड ऑफ की तरफ, मौजूद, 1 रन बन सकेगा।
49 गेंद में 115 रन। आहिस्ता आहिस्ता टारगेट मुश्किल से मुश्किल तर और मुश्किल तर से नामुमकिन की जानिब बढ़ता हुआ। वापस किया वहीद की जानिब, रन बनाने का मौका नहीं। खेल की रफ्तार ताहिर बड़ी धीमी और सुस्त होते हुए 12 ओवर मुकम्मल, 86 पे 5।
जिस वेरिएशन के साथ बॉल कर रहे हैं वही पहला ओवर था उनका, और इस पिच पे इस कंडीशंस में यही दरकार है कि वो पेस वेरी करें।
तो अब जबकि 12 ओवर से खेल मुकम्मल हुआ, 86 स्कोर, 5 विकेटों के नुकसान पे। कमेंट्री बॉक्स में तब्दीली, अब आपके साथ होंगे राना अशफाक और दानिश नईम अब्बासी।
तो मुश्किल से मुश्किल तरीन ये मैच बनता जा रहा है डायमंड लैंड हब के लिए। 48 गेंदों पर 115 रन दरकार हैं इस मैच में कामयाबी हासिल करने के लिए। कॉट बिहाइंड की अपील, बड़ी जोरदार अपील। अंपायर आसिम अलवी सोच रहे हैं और कोई फैसला उन्होंने नहीं दिया और उनका कहना है नॉट आउट है, हालांकि काफी ज्यादा पुरएतमाद अपील थी।
वाइड ऑफ क्रीज, ये गेंद सीधी रही, दैट वन स्ट्रेटन्ड। काफी जोरदार अपील थी मगर अंपायर ने टर्न डाउन किया अपील को एंड लुक्ड अ गुड डिसीजन एट द एंड।
वेल, ऐसा लगा कोई साउंड जरूर थी राना अशफाक इसको कट करते हुए। लेकिन ऑलरेडी काफी ज्यादा प्रेशर में आ गई है यहाँ डायमंड लैंड हब की टीम कि जिसका आज अगर वो मैच नहीं भी जीतते तो इतना बुरा ना हारे कि इनका रन रेट खराब हो और आगे ना जा सकें, लेकिन बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर में नजर आती है इस वक्त की टीम।
जी हाँ, रन रेट इस टूर्नामेंट में एक अहम चीज़ है और आखिरी जो 6 टीमें बचेंगी उनमें से भी 2 टीमें रन रेट के एतबार से आगे आ सकेंगी, लिहाजा रन रेट को बेहतर रखने या करने की बहुत ज़रूरत। और ये एक अच्छा स्ट्रोक जो कि डीप बैकवर्ड स्क्वायर लेग के जाने आया। 13 ओवर्स मुकम्मल, 89 पे 5 डायमंड लैंड हब। पॉइंट टेबल आपकी स्क्रीन पे है। रियल टाइम के 6 पॉइंट्स हैं, ईशाल के पॉइंट्स हैं 2 ही पॉइंट्स हैं एसएमएस जिमखाना के, और डायमंड लैंड हब का कोई पॉइंट नहीं है।
तो कल पहला क्वार्टर फाइनल खेला जाएगा, उमर एसोसिएट्स का मुकाबला होगा रियल टाइम प्रॉपर्टीज के साथ, और मजीद टीम्स इस मैच के बाद कंफर्मेशन की आ जाएगी और कौन कौन सी टीम है जिन्होंने क्वालिफाई किया है क्वार्टर फाइनल के लिए। जिस तरह से अभी हम देख रहे हैं कि इस ग्रुप से यहाँ पर डायमंड लैंड हब की जो टीम है ऑलरेडी वो कोई मैच नहीं जीती है, लेकिन रन रेट की बुनियाद पर वो भी क्वालिफाई कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि जो 3 ग्रुप्स हैं उनमें से जो 2 टॉप की टीम्स होंगी वो तो क्वालिफाई करेंगी। अपने ग्रुप में टॉप पर जो 2 टीम्स होंगी वो क्वालिफाई कर जाएंगी, तो टोटल 6 टीम्स यूं क्वालिफाई करेंगी, और बाकी की जो 2 टीम्स हैं वो रन रेट की बुनियाद पे क्वालिफाई करेंगी, यानी कि जो 6 टीम्स रह जाएंगी जिनमें 2 का रन रेट अच्छा होगा वो क्वार्टर फाइनल के लिए क्वालिफाई करेंगी। अच्छी और खैर एक बार फिर अहमद दानियाल बहुत उम्दा बॉलिंग कर रहे हैं और इन्होंने ही हमने देखा कि जब शुरुआत हुई थी डायमंड लैंड हब की तो काम तमाम किया था। दोनों ओपनर्स को नसीरुल्लाह महसूद जो थे वापस गए थे, अब्दुल रहमान वापस गए थे, दोनों बड़ी अहम विकेटें हासिल की थी और एक मौके मैन ऑफ द मैच, एक मौके पर हैट्रिक चांस पर भी आ गए थे।
जी हाँ, बड़ी अच्छी बॉलिंग का मुजाहरा किया था। 89 for 5 है, 40 गेंदों में 112 रन चाहिए। और बोल्ड हो गए, फ्रंट फुट पे जाकर गेंद को दिफाई अंदाज से खेलना चाहते थे, गेंद जाके स्टंप्स में लगी। इस तरह एक और नुकसान। डायमंड लैंड हब की टीम बुरी तरह से लड़खड़ा गई है उनकी बैटिंग, और इस वक्त कामरान अकमल और उनके साथी बहुत ज़्यादा खुश।
तो ये बॉल जो कि बहुत ज़्यादा पेस तो अहमद का वैसे भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये और थोड़ी सी अपने पेस को कम किया था और सीधा हमने देखा कि ऑफ स्टंप के ऊपर जो बेल्स थी वहां जाकर ये बॉल लगी और इस तरह से आखिर मजहर आउट होने के बाद वापस चले गए हैं। 89 पर छठी विकेट गिर गई है डायमंड लैंड हब की।
नए बैट्समैन इस दौरान विकेट पे पहुंच रहे हैं। 14वें ओवर में 89 रन 6 विकेट के नुकसान पर।
अहमद दानियाल जो कि 3 विकेटें हासिल कर चुके हैं, दूसरा ओवर है ये और दूसरे ओवर में उन्होंने अब तक खाली 2 रन दिए कुल मिलाकर और 3 विकेटें अब तक हासिल कर रखी हैं।
ये दोनों पूरे
तो राना जो बेल्स हैं जो गिरी हैं, जिन पे बेल्स पे हमने देखा बॉल जाकर लगा, उनको तब्दील किया जा रहा है क्योंकि ये जो हाथ में लेके जा रहे हैं बेल, इनकी लाइट्स ही एलईडी लाइट्स ऑफ ही नहीं हो रही हैं।
कोई ऐसा बटन प्रेस हो गया उनका कि वो अब मुसलसल ब्लिंक कर रही हैं और चेंज करना पड़ेगा। दे यू सी, ये मुसलसल जो है वो ब्लिंक कर रही है और अंपायर परेशान है। हर वक्त लगेगा कि समथिंग हैज हैपेंड, इसलिए उसे तब्दील किया गया और ज़रूरी भी था।
ये जो रेड लाइट ब्लिंक करे जा रही है बार बार, ये किसी खतरे की अलामत तो नहीं है बैटिंग साइड के लिए? मजीद
बैटिंग साइड के लिए ऑलरेडी खतरा है और ये हम दोबारा देख सकेंगे। स्लोवर बंदी जो कि बैट को बीट करती हुई बेल पे लगी। एक और एलबीडब्ल्यू की जोरदार अपील। आले हैदर ने कुछ वक्त लिया, देन रेज्ड हिज फिंगर। एक और नुकसान।
तो सज्जाद खान जो अभी अभी आए थे वापस चले गए हैं आउट होने के बाद और ये विकेट हासिल कर ली है। प्रेशर को हमने देखा बड़ा बरकरार करके रखा और ये एक बार फिर ये मौका आ गया। अहमद दानियाल एक बार फिर हैट्रिक पर आ गए, इससे पहले भी वो हैट्रिक पर आए थे और एक बार फिर वो हैट्रिक पर आ गए हैं। जो बैक टू बैक उन्होंने 2 विकेटें हासिल कर ली हैं।
जी हाँ, अब तक एक ही हैट्रिक हुई है जो कि हसनैन ने की थी। अब देखते हैं कि अहमद दानियाल जिनके पास ये दूसरा मौका जब वो हैट्रिक पे आए हैं तो कैन ही गेट द हैट्रिक इन और नॉट, ये देखना होगा। ये गेंद जिसे टर्न करने गए थे ऑन साइड में पैड पे लगी, बड़ी पुरजोर अपील की गई और आखिरकार अंपायर ने थोड़ा सा वक्त लेने के बाद अपनी उंगली फजा में बुलंद की और आउट करार दिया बैट्समैन सज्जाद खान को।
राना ये एक ही इनिंग्स में 2 बार हो गए अहमद दानियाल के लिए। पहले इन्होंने नसीरुल्लाह महसूद को आउट किया, अब्दुल रहमान जो थे वो भी गए थे और हैट्रिक पर आए थे और एक बार फिर अब हमने देखा बैक टू बैक 2 विकेटें हासिल कर ली हैं इन्होंने और एक बार फिर मौका मिला कि हैट्रिक है। और अब फील्डिंग तो जरा मुलाहिजा करें, 3 स्लिप
तो गली जो है वो ले ली है और बहुत ज़्यादा अटैकिंग फील्ड। और हैट्रिक के लिए कैप्टन ने कहा कि आप जिस तरह की फील्ड लेना चाहें वो लें एंड कम ऑन गेट अ हैट्रिक। दानियाल हैट्रिक बॉल के साथ शॉर्ट मिड विकेट भी मौजूद ऑन साइड में और इस गेंद को खेले ऑफ साइड में और हैट्रिक ब्रेक हुई एक बार फिर। वसीम अकरम जिन्होंने वनडे और टेस्ट दोनों में हैट्रिक्स की 2-2, लेकिन बहुत बार हैट्रिक्स पर आए भी, मेरा ख्याल है काफ़ी तादाद होगी 8-10 दफ़ा जब उन्होंने 2 गेंदों पे 2 विकेट ली, फिर उनकी हैट्रिक ब्रेक हो गई। मगर स्टिल 2 वनडे में और 2 टेस्ट मैचेस में उन्होंने हैट्रिक की और दोनों हैट्रिक्स शारजा में की वनडे की और दोनों हैट्रिक्स जो हैं वो एशिया में की टेस्ट की। इस गेंद को ऑन साइड में खेले, किसी रन का कोई इजाफा नहीं। 89 for 7, 4 in overs gone।
जी, और आज से हमने ये भी देखा जो बॉल है उसको भी चेंज किया गया है। ड्यूक का बॉल जो है वो आज से इस्तेमाल किया गया इस नया नाज़ाबाद कॉर्पोरेट कप में, और यही वजह है कि आप देखें, वरना अमूमन हम देख रहे थे बॉल जो था वो इनिंग्स में अच्छी खासी दफ़ा तब्दील करना पड़ता था, लेकिन आज तक की अगर बात करते हैं खाली आज तक के खेल की, तो ऐसा कोई मरहला आया नहीं राना।
इससे पहले एसएम का बॉल इस्तेमाल हो रहा था, और अब ये मुझे नहीं पता कि पाकिस्तान में ड्यूक इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं या फिर इंग्लैंड में ड्यूक इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि ड्यूक जो है अमूमन तौर पे थोड़ी उसकी सीम जो है वो डिप्रेस होती है, एंड इट स्विंग्स मोर एंड सीम्स मोर, ज़्यादा गेंद जो है वो सीम होती है, और इंग्लैंड में टेस्ट मैचेस में भी ड्यूक जो है वो इस्तेमाल की जाती है।
ऐसा ज़्यादा पीछे ना जा।
वैसे अब तक जो मेरे लिए है दानिश, वो रन रेट जो है वो एक मौमा है जो हल नहीं कर पा रहा मैं। अब देखिए हर ग्रुप में से 2 टीमें जाएंगी, 2 बचेंगी, हर ग्रुप की सिचुएशन अलग हो सकती है। एक ग्रुप में ऐसी टीम भी बाहर हो सकती है जिसके 4 पॉइंट हो या 2 पॉइंट हो, और एक ग्रुप में ऐसी टीमें बाहर हो सकती हैं जिनका कोई भी पॉइंट ना हो। अब उन 6 का रन रेट किस बुनियाद पे करेंगे? एक ग्रुप की टीम के 2 पॉइंट हैं, दूसरे के है ही नहीं, और कर आप 6 का रन रेट रहे हैं। ये मेरी समझ से बाहर है, बट यकीनन ऑर्गेनाइजर्स नो बेटर, क्योंकि हर ग्रुप की सिचुएशन अलग है। एक ग्रुप में तो एक ऐसी टीम ने तीनों मैच जीत गई, एक ने कोई भी नहीं जीता, एक में 2-2 पॉइंट्स पर आगे जाके ट्राई हुआ और रन रेट पे क्वालिफाई किया। तो फिर कुछ टीमों के तो पॉइंट्स ऑलरेडी ज़्यादा हैं, और पॉइंट्स ज़्यादा हैं तो फिर रन रेट होगा कैसे? उनका रन रेट वैसे ही अच्छा होगा।
जी, ऑलरेडी जिस तरह से हम बात कर रहे हैं 3 ग्रुप्स हैं यहाँ पर, और 3 ग्रुप्स में 4-4 टीम्स हैं हर ग्रुप में, तो हर ग्रुप से 2 टीम्स जो टॉप की होंगी वो तो क्वालिफाई करेंगी, 6 टीम्स बनती हैं। फिर जो बाकी 6 टीम्स रह जाएंगी, उन 6 टीम्स में पॉइंट्स चाहे जितने हों आपके कम या ज़्यादा, उन 6 में से नेट रन रेट जिन 2 टीम्स का अच्छा होगा वो आगे क्वालिफाई करेंगी क्वार्टर फाइनल के
में नहीं रख रहे। अमूमन तो रन रेट होता तब है जब पॉइंट्स टाई हो जाए,
फिर तो लीग वाली सूरत हाल होती है ना, तो लिहाजा ग्रुप्स को अलग अलग करके जो 2 टीम्स हैं, फिर जो बाकी की बॉटम की 6 टीम्स होंगी, इनमें से नेट रन रेट पे आगे क्वालिफाई करेंगे।
वो आपकी बात ठीक है, मैं मानता हूँ, लेकिन स्टिल जब कोई टीम जीती हुई है उसका रन रेट वैसे ही बेहतर हो जाएगा ना। कहने का मकसद ये है कि एक ग्रुप में वो टीम बाहर हो जिसके 2 या 3 पॉइंट थे, एक ग्रुप से वो बाहर हो जिसका 0 पॉइंट था, उसका तो रन रेट वैसे ही तस्वुर ही नहीं हो सकता ना। जब आप हारे हुए तो रन रेट वैसे ही डाउन होगा। रन रेट तो आता है जीतने से, और पॉइंट अगर एक टीम ने जीते हुए हैं तो उसको आप रन रेट में मीट नहीं कर सकते हारी हुई टीम।
उसमें ये हो सकता है बहुत सारी ऐसी टीम्स हैं जिनके 2-2 पॉइंट्स हैं, और उनमें से किसी का रन रेट अच्छा था तो वो अपनी बुनियाद पे क्वालिफाई करके आ गए।
एक के नहीं है, उसको फिर रन रेट में लाने का फायदा ही क्या होगा?
ये आपका मैं इंटरव्यू करवाता हूँ थोड़ी देर में किसी मैनेजमेंट के साथ, ऑर्गेनाइजर के साथ।
मैं तो अपनी राय पेश कर रहा हूँ ना। उसके बाद ये एक तो आप सेम ग्रुप से करते हैं, और दूसरा ये कि रन रेट जो है वो मैटर करता है तब जब आपके पॉइंट्स बराबर हो, वो तो है नहीं। बार गैप यकीनन ये अपनी हिकमत अमली होगी ऑर्गेनाइजर्स की, और उनकी अपनी प्लेइंग कंडीशंस हैं। 1 रन इस दौरान और बना 16वें ओवर में 91 for 7।
अहमद दानियाल जिन्होंने 3 रन देकर 4 विकेटें हासिल की हैं, अपना ये 3रा ओवर कर रहे हैं, और कमाल की बॉलिंग की है इस नौजवान ने। 2 मौकों पर हैट्रिक पर भी आए, स्लिप के साथ गेंद करेंगे, और जो 7 आउट हुए हैं काफी ज्यादा इसमें अहमद दानियाल ने ही डैमेज किया है डायमंड लैंड हब को।
28 गेंदें 110 रन चाहिए, और इक्वेशन इस वक्त बहुत ही मुश्किल है डायमंड लैंड हब के लिए। काफ़ी मशहूर क्लब इस्लामाबाद का डायमंड लैंड हब, और ये शायकीन क्रिकेट जो इस वक्त भी तलाश में है कि कुछ छक्के चौके उनको देखने को मिले। लेकिन स्ट्रोक्स नहीं आ रहे, रन्स अगर बन भी रहे हैं तो किसी सिंगल्स की सूरत में।
जी हाँ, पाकिस्तान में 2:33 हो रहे हैं रात के, और आप पाकिस्तान से बाहर अगर ये मैच देख रहे हैं, सो जिस तरह राना ने कहा कि रात के इस पहर में भी तमाशाइयों की अच्छी तादाद यहाँ पर मौजूद है इस मैच को देखने के लिए, और कल से ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्टेशन भी है क्योंकि कल से क्वार्टर फाइनल मैचेस का आगाज़ हो जाएगा। डू और डाई की सिचुएशन होगी कल, और जो अच्छी टीम्स होंगी उनके दरमियान क्वार्टर फाइनल मैचेस होंगे, फिर सेमीफाइनल मैचेस और फिर फाइनल मैच कि जहां जीतने वाली टीम को 12 लाख रुपए की इनामी रकम दी जाएगी। और हेलाडोज आइसक्रीम की टीम जिसने क्वालिफाई किया है क्वार्टर फाइनल के लिए, उसने खुशदिल शाह की खिदमात भी ले ली हैं। खुशदिल शाह भी हमें एक्शन में नजर आएंगे जब वो क्वार्टर फाइनल की टीम उनकी टीम मैच खेलेगी। तो कदमों का इस्तेमाल किया था इस बार, ड्राइव किया मिड ऑफ की जानिब।
रन 7 विकेट के नुकसान पर इस वक्त स्कोर है 26 गेंदों पर 109 रन चाहिए। टर्न किया इस गेंद को बैकवर्ड ऑफ स्क्वायर, 1 रन और।
जी, और साथ साथ खुशदिल शाह के अलावा गौहर अली जो हैं, गौहर अली ने भी ज्वाइन किया है हेलाडोज आइसक्रीम को, और एक्सपेक्टेशन है मे भी शायद इफ्तिखार अहमद भी वहाँ है, लेकिन उनकी कंफर्मेशन नहीं है। लेकिन खुशदिल शाह और साथ साथ गौहर अली जो है वो आ चुके हैं उस टीम में।
ये बड़ा बेहतर हो सकता है हेलाडोज आइसक्रीम के लिए। वैसे आज बाहर हमने देखा कि आइसक्रीम आप भी काफ़ी खा रहे थे और खिला रहे थे।
जी हाँ, और ये तो बहरहाल नो बॉल होगी, ये नो बॉल होनी चाहिए क्योंकि अच्छा खासा ऊपर से गेंद गई थी। तो नो बॉल का मतलब यहाँ पे फ्री हिट। सो जी हाँ राना, बिल्कुल, और आइसक्रीम वही खाते हैं जो खिलाते हैं, तो कभी आप भी खिलाएं।
मैं तो ऑलवेज आपको खिलाने के लिए तैयार हूँ, मगर मुझे आप खिलाते हैं ना खाते हैं। ये तो आप जब गए खाने या खिलाने मुझे तो नहीं पूछा आपने।
मुझे खुद अली सलमान ने खिलवाई थी।
फिर वो बाद अली सलमान पे आए ना, मुझ पे क्यों? मैंने तो आपको देखा, अली सलमान साथ नहीं थे उस वक्त, टू बी ऑनेस्ट।
उन्होंने बुकिंग करवा ली थी पहले। सो डाउन द लेग साइड ये बॉल गई थी बेल से, एक दफा फिर हम देख रहे हैं प्लेइंग करना शुरू हो रही हैं। सो 95 पे 7 आउट हैं, और इसके साथ साथ अब जो सूरत हाल है वो ये कि डायमंड लैंड हब बहरहाल मुश्किलात में काफ़ी ज़्यादा यहाँ पर आ चुकी है, काफ़ी ज़्यादा मुश्किलात में गिर गई है। तो 16 ओवर्स मुकम्मल, और अब कमेंट्री में तब्दीली होगी। आपको ज्वाइन करेंगे अली सलमान और ताहिर खान।
थैंक यू दानिश, नईम अब्बासी, राना अशफाक। स्लो बॉल किया था कैसर ने, हम कतई तौर पे समझ ना सके।
निस्बतन नीची गेंद रही, बैट्समैन हिट करना चाहते थे। पिच का बिहेवियर इतना आसान नहीं है अब बड़े हिट्स के लिए। एक बड़े मार्जिन से विक्ट्री मुंतजिर है यहां ईशाल फाल्कन एसोसिएट के लिए। कैसर अशरफ बड़े इकोनॉमिकल रहे, 11 रन दिए और 2 विकेटें हासिल की। और स्लिप में आप देख सकते हैं कामरान इकबाल को। अमूमन इस पोजीशन पे कामरान इकबाल नजर नहीं आते। पॉइंट पे खेले हैं, वहां पे फील्डर मौजूद थे वहीद, रन बनाने का मौका नहीं। बिल्कुल इख्तितामी कार्रवाई, 30 रन का एवरेज दरकार है रन रेट। 30 रन हर ओवर में स्कोर कर दें यहां पर डायमंड लैंड हब को। व्हाइट बॉल का सिग्नल अंपायर आसिम अलवी की जानिब से।
पेस किया था बॉल, आर्म बॉल करना चाह रहे थे कैसर। लेग स्टंप पे पिच बॉल मजीद लेग स्टंप की तरफ गया।
यार कैसा
इस मरतबा मिड विकेट पे खेले, गैप पे खेले, 4 रन हासिल किए, लेकिन बड़ी देर की मेहरबान आते आते उस चौके के साथ ही 100 रन भी मुकम्मल हुए डायमंड लैंड हब के।
काफी पीछे गिरा हुआ गेंद था, उसको प्लेस किया मिड विकेट की तरफ, तो बॉल रुका और उसको अच्छा प्लेस किया। लेकिन ऐसी किस्म की प्लेसमेंट्स 2-3 ओवर में चाहिए और इनको, क्योंकि 30 रन का रन रेट चला गया है।
सर ये बॉलिंग है, आउट हो
लाइट
गया।
बॉल किया, रन लेना चाह रहे थे और हमने उनको मना किया।
कैसर अशरफ थोड़ी शॉर्ट गेंद थी, कामरान अकमल चाहते हैं अपने रन रेट को भी मेंटेन करें, इसलिए थोड़ी सी आपने तफक्कुरात देखें कामरान अकमल के चेहरे पे। आज 200 रन पूरे स्कोर किए और 201 रन का हदफ दिया इस मैच में। 17 ओवर्स मुकम्मल हो चुके हैं ताहिर और स्कोर बोर्ड पे 102 रन, तो इस तरह 99 रन दरकार है अगले 3 ओवर में। और जितना ऊंचा ये ड्रोन से कैप्चर किया गया शॉट है, इतना ही ऊंचा हिमालय रन्स का तय करना है, रन्स के एक पहाड़ को सर करना होगा और ये टारगेट अब नामुमकिन होता नजर आ रहा है। 3 ओवर में 99 रन, 33 रन फी ओवर, 33 रन करेंगे, 33 नंबर लाएंगे तो पास होंगे। अब मैं क्या करूं, मेरे साथ स्कूल टीचर बैठे हैं इम्तियाज इकबाल, तो मुझे यही गुफ्तगू करनी होगी। और इम्तियाज इकबाल को क्लास में बड़ी आसानी होती होगी, क्योंकि इनके उंगली के इशारे में बैट्समैन पवेलियन चले जाते हैं, तो उंगली के इशारे से बच्चों को भी क्लास से बाहर कर देते होंगे जो सबक याद नहीं करके आते होंगे। कवर्स में खेले इस मौके पर, अब बात बटे वहां पर।
एक तरफ जब डायमंड लैंड हैप की इनिंग्स का आगाज हुआ तो बड़ा अच्छा आगाज किया नसरुल्लाह ने और अब्दुल रहमान ने।
एक अच्छी गेंद अपील, लेकिन आले हैदर को अपील मुतासिर नहीं कर सकी। अरहम है बैट्समैन,
तेज बॉल, आम बॉल किया था, क्योंकि खड़े ही लेग स्टंप के बाहर थे और बॉल मजीद लेग स्टंप की तरफ ट्रेवल कर रहा था।
अरहम की जानिब से बड़ी हिट लगाने की कोशिश, एक रन का स्कोर इजाफा। कामरान अकमल थे फील्डर, बाउंड्री लाइन पे फील्डिंग कर रहे हैं कामरान अकमल। $97 रन, ये हुसैन तलत है इमरान अली इनके साथ, फील्डर मौजूद हैं। इमरान अली को आपने देखा SNGPL से खेलते रहे, अच्छे फास्ट बॉलर थे इमरान अली। इस टूर्नामेंट में अब तक किसी भी मैच में शिरकत का मौका नहीं मिला इमरान को। इस मरतबा एक्स्ट्रा कवर उठा के खेले, लॉफ्ट किया, 4 रन जरूर हासिल कर जाएंगे। हम्माद, अच्छी मज़ाहमत है हम्माद की जानिब से।
जी अच्छा, आगे गिरा हुआ गेंद तो अच्छा प्लेस किया, लेकिन ऐसे प्लेसमेंट काफी पहले चाहिए थी इनकी टीम को। इस किस्म की प्लेसमेंट, अच्छा कदमों का इस्तेमाल और अच्छा शॉट खेला है कवर्स की तरफ।
इस मरतबा लॉन्ग ऑफ पे खेलने में कामयाब हुए कामरान अकमल, बहुत ही रिलैक्स। तो 18 ओवर मुकम्मल हुए, 109 7 विकेटों के नुकसान पर, 201 रन के हदफ के ताक़ुब में।
नहीं बोल दिया मैंने।
शुक्रिया अली सलमान। अब 2 ओवर में 91 रन चाहिए मजीद, जबकि 3 विकेटों की तलबगार है इस वक्त विशाल फैल्कन, एक स्लिप के साथ बॉलिंग करते हुए विशाल फैल्कन के बॉलर। वक्त गुजरता जा रहा है ताहिर, और सहरी का वक्त भी करीब हो रहा है। अभी बहुत वक्त है सहरी के इख्तिताम में।
अच्छा प्लेस किया है, शॉट फाइन लेग की तरफ और तेजी के साथ गया और बट फील्डर, एक ही रन बन सकेगा।
आजकल तो आप भी क्रिकेट बहुत खेल रहे हैं ताहिर। पीसीबी ने अभी ऐलान किया है आज ही के जूनियर प्लेयर्स की पीएसएल होगी, आप उसमें तो तैयारी नहीं कर रहे क्योंकि आप यंग हैं और मजीद यंग होते जा रहे हैं। और आउट कर दिया, बोल्ड कर दिया बासानी। बैट्समैन के बिल्कुल समझ में नहीं आई ये गेंद, बाहर फेंकना चाहते थे लेकिन नाकाम।
अच्छी बॉल फाइव की तरफ से फ्लाइट की थी इन्होंने, हम कंप्लीटली बीट हुए। देखिए बहुत ज्यादा फ्लाइट थी यार। हम राइट आर्म फास्ट बॉलर हैं और हम पवेलियन की जानिब 5 रन बना सके 14 बॉलों का उन्होंने सामना किया। डायमंड लैंड अप 112 पे 8। आउट होने का मंजर, बिल्कुल ही बीट हो गए, लाइन ऑफ द बॉल हट गए थे सामने से और जोर से हिट लगाना चाह रहे थे।
जी हाँ ताहिर, मुझे मालूम है कि अंडर 19 की लीग है, लेकिन आप तो लगते हैं यंग और दिन ब दिन आप यंग होते जा रहे हैं। 19 ओवर का खेल जारी, आहिस्तगी से खेल बढ़ता हुआ अपने इख्तिताम की जानिब। आज ग्रुप मरहले का भी इख्तिताम होगा। कामरान अकमल मुस्कुराते हुए विकेट के पीछे, स्लिप में ऊंचा शॉट और आउट। खिजा रसीदा पत्ते की तरह जिस तरह झड़ती है ना, खिजा के दौरान जिस तरह पत्ते झड़ते हैं उस तरह से इनकी विकेटें गिर रही हैं। जफर अहमद बगैर कोई रन बनाए आउट हुए। 19 ओवर का इख्तिताम, 112 रन 9 खिलाड़ी आउट पर बनाने में कामयाब हुई है डायमंड लैंड हब। डायमंड लैंड हब में अरसल शेख अकेले, इमाद वसीम खेले, रोहेल नज़ीर इस टीम का हिस्सा है मुसलसल, मोहम्मद नदीम इस टीम से खेले, शायान शेख इस टीम का हिस्सा रहे और शकील शेख जो किसी तारुफ के मोहताज नहीं है, इस्लामाबाद क्रिकेट रीजन। और ये इस बॉल को डिस्ट्राइब करें ताहिर, पहले इस बॉल को डिस्ट्राइब करें ताहिर।
ठीक है, बैक ऑफ द हैंड स्लो बॉल करना चाह रहे थे ये दानियाल, अहमद दानियाल, जो उनके हाथ से स्लिप हुआ, क्लियरली नजर भी आ रहा है क्योंकि ड्यू काफी है ग्राउंड में। और अली हैदर का तरफ से नो बॉल का इशारा और फ्री हिट। पेट को खेला है कवर्स की जानिब, कोई रन नहीं बन सकेगा यहां पर।
जैसे मैंने कहा कि ये ग्रुप का आखिरी मैच है, तो 4 ग्रुप से निकलने वाली 4 टीम्स तो फाइनल हो चुकी हैं, बकिया 4 टीम्स का फैसला आपसे कुछ देर में हो जाएगा। उमर एसोसिएट्स और रियल टाइम प्रॉपर्टीज का कल क्वार्टर फाइनल खेला जाएगा। पहला 4 होते होते रह गया, बट दे नीड मोर, नॉट जस्ट 4। उसके बाद अरहम सीसी और इशाल फैल्कन की टीमें मध्य मुकाबल होंगी। ये दूसरे क्वार्टर फाइनल के हिसाब से जो टैली अब तक मेरे पास आई है वो है। एक और शॉट, रिस्की शॉट था लेकिन उनको रिजल्ट मिला 4 रन। 4 रन बना लिए हैं। आखिरी ओवर में बहुत तेज खेलने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं डायमंड लैंड हब के खिलाड़ी। डायमंड लैंड हब, जैसे मैं बता रहा था कि शकील शेख जो इस्लामाबाद रावलपिंडी क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन के रूए रवा भी रहे, पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट बोर्ड की अहम कमेटी जो डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट को देखती थी उसके भी सरबराह रहे। और शकील शेख एक बहुत बड़ा नाम है पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट में। उनकी टीम है, उनका ग्राउंड है डायमंड क्रिकेट ग्राउंड, जिसको कि ताहिर आप भी खेले होंगे डायमंड क्रिकेट ग्राउंड पे।
जी हाँ, काफ़ी क्रिकेट वहाँ हमने खेली है, फर्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट काफ़ी खेली है, वनडे टूर्नामेंट हमारे वहाँ काफ़ी हुए हैं। और जितना मुझे याद आ रहा है आसिफ खान, आप भी वहाँ मैच खेले हैं?
हाँ, मैं खेला हूँ एक मैच 2019 में, विकेट कीपिंग की थी मैंने, काफ़ी बाउंस है उस पिच पे।
तो मैं भी यहाँ पे क्रिकेट को फॉलो कर रहा हूँ।
हाँ, वेबसाइट पे आ जाती है, कभी टीवी पर भी आ जाती है तो ना चाहते हुए भी आप फॉलो कर लेते हैं। इस मैच को फॉलो कीजिए, इसकी सिर्फ एक गेंद रह गई है अब। आले हैदर के चेहरे पर आपने देखा कितनी थकावट थी। अभी अंपायर आले हैदर के चेहरे से थकावट मुझे इजहार हुआ उसका बखूबी। इस तरह के मैच में अंपायरिंग करना आसान नहीं है। तो आखिरी ग्रुप मरहले की आखिरी गेंद और डॉट बॉल और यूं मैच का इख्तिताम। इशाल फैल्कन क्रिकेट क्लब की फतह के साथ ये मुकाबला खत्म हुआ। ग्रुप मरहले का आखिरी मैच, इशाल फैल्कन की टीम पहुंच चुकी है क्वार्टर फाइनल में। ये कामरान अकमल उनके कप्तान। कामरान अकमल ने आज विकेट कीपिंग ग्लव्स नहीं पहने, लेकिन बैटिंग बहुत अच्छी की, अपनी टीम को अच्छा आगाज फराहम किया कामरान अकमल ने। और अपनी टीम को फतह से हमकनार कराने में उनकी क़यादत का भी ज़रूर बहुत हाथ है कामरान अकमल। उसके अलावा तो डायमंड लैंड हब की टीम को शिकस्त हुई और आज का ये मैच जो आखिरी मैच भी था ग्रुप मरहले का, कामरान अकमल अपनी टीम को लीड करते हुए बाहर आते हुए मुसाफा किया जाएगा दोनों टीमों के खिलाड़ियों के दरमियान, जो एक रिवायत है, बहुत अच्छी रिवायत है। तो नया नाजाबाद कोऑपरेट T20 कप 2022 का ग्रुप मरहला इख्तिताम को पहुंचा। इशाल फैल्कन सीसी की कामयाबी के साथ उन्होंने डायमंड लैंड हब को बासानी शिकस्त दी। 82 इज देयर विक्ट्री मार्जिन। ताहिर बड़ा अच्छा टूर्नामेंट अब तक रहा है, बहुत उम्दा फैसिलिटी, बहुत उम्दा सहूलियात, बहुत अच्छे खिलाड़ी इस टूर्नामेंट में शरीक हुए।
जी हाँ, खासतौर पे जो जितने भी स्टार्स पाकिस्तान के स्टार्स हैं वो इस टूर्नामेंट में शरीक हुए हैं।
ये है स्कोर शीट, 118 रन, 9 खिलाड़ी आउट, 13 एक्स्ट्रा, 38 रन के साथ हम्माद खान नुमाया बैट्समैन रहे और 21 रन बनाए नसीरुल्लाह ने। डायमंड लैंड हब इशाल फैल्कन की जानिब से 4 खिलाड़ी को आउट किया अहमद दानियाल ने, जबकि 2 विकेटें ली कैसर अशरफ और मोहम्मद फाइक ने। ये है स्कोर शीट, ये है मैच समरी। इशाल फैल्कन एसोसिएट्स 200 रन बनाए 7 खिलाड़ी के नुकसान पर, 36 रन के साथ हुसैन तलत और नुमाया रहे, जबकि बॉलिंग में सज्जाद ने 2 खिलाड़ी को आउट किया। जवाब में डायमंड लैंड हब की टीम 118 रन भी बना सकी। मुकर्रर 20 ओवर में अहमद दानियाल 4 विकेटें लेकर सरे फहरिस्त रहे, जबकि 38 रन बनाए हम्माद ने। और इस तरह इशाल फैल्कन विन बाय 82 रन। ये इस मैच की समरी, जो कि आखिरी ग्रुप मैच था इस टूर्नामेंट का। एक छोटा सा वक्फा लेंगे, वक्फे के बाद प्रेजेंटेशन सेरेमनी में आपको दोबारा ज्वाइन करते हैं।
आपकी टीम में सफर में क्या हुआ? आपकी टीम में क्या खेलना है क्वार्टर फाइनल? मैं भी लिख देता हूं, आ जाए
Out. There's a slight angle here.
So he's on his way, but you can't fault him. This is the final over.
Yeah.
They need to run for everything. 110 is still on the cards.
And still Ned it is who's coming out to bat now. And dropped himself down the order a little, I think. We'll see what he can do in the with the last 2 more balls, I think, isn't it? 106. This is the best score of the competition so far. They've left it late to put on any kind of total, but 2 big hits could put this out of the reach of the Islanders. Now, I would say if they had 2 big hits, that would put that out of the reach as Charles runs in and bowls. And that is a good hit.
That's hammered for 6, through the offside. He threw everything at that there, Ned.
Go beyond this. 1 more big hit, and I think that it would be beyond the reach of the Islanders. There's the last ball. Oh no. There's a man underneath that. And that's gone as well. Well,
they've taken 3, and I said 115 is on the cards here, Sheldon.
And so it is. That was or it's a difficult catch, or it's gone to them really, really hard. But those, the 2 that we've seen here in particular, they got themselves into good positions, and you would expect them to take those catches.
That should have been taken. It's the end of the innings. 115 for 4. When we come back, the Islanders will have to get 116, and that's it from us for now. Stay tuned for the reply.
The letter of the day is C. C is for Cricket 360, the #1 cricket broadcasting and media company in the entire Caribbean. Watch now, earlier. If all you like all it cricket, Cricket 360 is your only choice. Watch now. Is local cricket them showing, international cricket, little regional cricket, and then little minor league and thing too. They're showing all that. So if you know you like your cricket, Cricket 360 is your #1 choice. Me myself, I don't know cricket lover and thing, eh? Me myself, I real cricket lover and thing, eh? But when I see the kind of programming Cricket 360 showing, watch now, I get hooked. Just like how Ramesh get hooked on the ex-girl, same way I get hooked. Watch now, and the thing is, it's real accessible. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, anyhow you're getting your updates, and you're getting real updates in real time from real knowledgeable fellas. Them fellas that don't go so ranting, you know, them fellas is real knowledgeable fellas. And watch, they have a nice program on a Friday, 7 o'clock at the show on Facebook. The Friday Night Lime, yes, they're giving you weekly updates on all your cricket around the world. So if you know you like your cricket, make sure and check out Cricket 360. Cricket 360. See.
Hello, this is your boy Kenneth Supersad, and I want to big up Quick Scope Cricket Newspaper. Make sure you get your Quick Scope Cricket Newspaper. Kenneth say so.
Trust me, you haven't experienced Tobago quite like this.
Welcome back to Tobago.
We welcome your return.
Little Tobago, welcome your return. Unspoiled, unseen, natural beauty.
When last did you surprise yourself?
The letter of the day is C. C is for Cricket 360, the #1 cricket broadcasting and media company in the entire Caribbean. Watch now, Alia. If all you like all it cricket, Cricket 360 is your only choice. Watch now. Is local cricket them showing, international cricket, little regional cricket, and then little minor league and thing too. They're showing all that. So if you know you like your cricket, Cricket 360 is your #1 choice. Me myself, I is not a cricket lover and thing, eh? It now all the cricket was there first. Me myself, I real cricket lover and thing, eh? But when I see the kind of programming Cricket 360 showing, watch now. I get hooked. Just like how Ramesh get hooked on the ex-girl, same way I get hooked. Watch now. And the thing is, it's real accessible. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, anyhow you're getting your updates and you're getting real updates in real time from real knowledgeable fellas. Them fellas that don't go so ranting, them fellas is real knowledgeable fellas. And watch, they have a nice program on a Friday, 7 o'clock that they show on Facebook. The Friday Night Lime, yes, they're giving you weekly updates on all your cricket around the world. So if you know you like your cricket, make sure and check out Cricket 360. Cricket 360, C.
So we're back here, and the Islanders are taking strike. They need to get up to 115 to win, or they can get up to 69, lose, and still get into the playoffs. So for the Rainforest Rangers, the defending champions, they need to restrict the Islanders to 68, as Dial has taken 4 out of that already, driving through the offside, and that is now 5 without loss. They need to restrict them to 68 or less, as I'm joined by the man from Princess Tongue, Risham Lalma.
Good evening, Mr. Mamchan. Good evening to all of yours. Yeah, the Islanders, their net run rate at the moment, negative 0.222. And the Rangers, negative 2.134. So, yeah, they need to really limit the Islanders here, the Rangers, if they are to get anywhere close to those playoffs.
So it's Ned, the captain, taking matters into his own hands with the first over. And Dial, who hasn't had the best of tournaments. What a time to come good. To ensure that the Islanders get into that eliminator, which is carded for 2 p.m. tomorrow right here at the Sid Gray Sporting Complex in Roxborough.
He didn't have the best of times with the bat, at least. But he's done well with the ball, Mark Dial. He's done well today with the ball as well. So one would hope, if you are an Islanders supporter and you want to trump the Rangers here tonight, I think Dial, you'd be looking to Dial to really score some runs, as well as Pope, who's on the other end. This one's edged away. Taking the inside edge of the bat. It's running close to the fence. And it's...
In fact, he makes a lovely stop after the line. Well, that's 4. That's definitely 4. Hold on, it's 4. Well, it's 4 runs. The commentators, the officials here from Cricket 360, they are signaling that it's 4. And the fielder made a dive outside the boundary line. Even our dear friends in the bleachers, led by Sid Gray, they're also up in arms, because that definitely went for 4.
I think if you are looking on at the stream, you would not have seen the cone in your picture. And you could have seen the line, definitely the cone out of place. And the line would have been the marking for the boundary line.
So this time this is driven down the ground at 6. Well, we know that is 6 now. So that of the park.
Brave shot though, but playing it well. In the V, straight back over the bowler's head. Good looking shot. What Ned was doing in that over there, Mr. Mamchan, is that he was angling the ball into the left-handers. He was not letting the ball turn away. It was more the arm ball than the off-spin in that over.
Yeah, he was actually looking to cramp him for room. It didn't work, because the fleet-footed Dial was able to negotiate well, as well as Gideon Pope. They were able to still make room and play down the ground. So it's 14 without loss at the end of the first over. Remember that initial target that they need to get over is 68. Once they can get beyond that, that will take them to that eliminator tomorrow. So the crowd probably building up here now, as you can see. What we have seen here in Tobago, in Roxborough to be exact, is that in the evening the crowd tends to come out, and the VIP area marshaled by the president of the TCA, Owen John, you can see him there with his customary cup in hand, with his Coke. He's a man walking to the back there.
Yeah, he's always with that cup. He's a good guy, because he always offers a cup as well.
Yes. And as soon as play ends, he normally comes to check out the commentators, ensure that we're okay. Great guy, Kerwin John. On 14 without loss after 1. So it's Gideon Pope and Dial. Dial is on strike. Williams, who hasn't had a bad series. The Alex back forces it down through backward point and a lovely stop, but it can't. They can't prevent the single.
Looks to be wide from Ryan Williams to start.
Well, not really that wide though, Visham. I think that is what took the angle away from him. It was too close to him to play the shot, and that, of course, would have dictated where the ball went. You know, he was looking for placement more than anything else, but it was very close to him. Quick hands, though, he was able to get to it. This time, looking to hit this down the ground, he does so, not really timing that, Pope. So these two, they've gone out there with specific instructions, look to take advantage of the power play, and look to see how many they can knock off out of that 69. But I think more than that, they will want to go past that 150, which is the high score in the tournament. They will want to have that that bit of confidence, knowing that they chase down the high score heading into that playoff. Williams, slow delivery, picked up beautifully through the onside, and that is going to run away close to the Fisher folk. That's 4 runs.
Normally batsmen tend to get into problems with those sort of deliveries, but there was Mark Diallo waiting on that slow delivery from Ryan Williams, and he placed it well. The leg stump, and Diallo flicking it away off the legs beautifully.
Not getting excited at all there, Diallo. That came off out of the back of the hand from Williams. So Williams trying things early. Diallo wants to unsettle him. Sammy cracks this away through the onside. He gets the elevation, and does it have the distance? Ned pulls it in now, and they're going to go back for 2. So Diallo just getting underneath that one. I want to say good evening to his dad, David Narayan Diallo, who came to the ground early on, and he came immediately to the tent just to check the local boys, his Trinidad and Tobago boys, his Trinidad boys really, and then settling into the stands. He is, of course, a former national player. He's a record holder, highest score in Trinidad and Tobago's domestic cricket, 309. The highest score in the National League, 249. This is going to go down to third man. That should be signaled wide by the umpire. He takes his time, yes, and he signals wide now. So this umpire is not rushed. He normally takes his time. You would not like to be a shopkeeper and him your customer.
Yeah, definitely so. And it tends to be tricky for the bowler and the batsman as well when the umpire tends to take that long to give the decision.
He's the kind of guy who will come into your grocery store and head towards the sugar and then turn to the salt. Williams, another slow delivery, worked away through the offside and down to point. A good stop there, and the score remains 24 without loss. So the Islanders, they're off and running.
It's actually Tion Webster there at backward point, who had some work to do since the start of this innings. But yeah, you were mentioning earlier that while the Islanders would want to get above 69, or above 68 rather, and they would want to get that win, because you know how vital momentum can be in these sort of tournaments.
You want a big win heading into a knockout. Well, that again is a wide. That's a good stop. That was actually out of the track, and even the umpire gives an early signal with that. There wasn't much to think with that.
And that was so wide it could almost be considered a broad there, Mr. Mamchan.
So Williams in his first over, he has been all over the shop, so to speak.
Not the start that the Rangers would have wanted with the ball.
Windward Islands batsman Gideon Pope.
2 Vincentians going at it here now.
Williams. And this time he has to tug it from outside the off stump. Not getting the sort of power that he would need. But the runs continue to flow. At the end of 2, it's 26 without loss. Yeah, so you can see the Islanders, they seem relaxed there, Visham.
Yeah, no stress for the Islanders. I think they are in a very comfortable position with the start that they have at the moment. And two senior batsmen out there, Gidron Pope and Mark Dial. What better opening pair that you would want out there? You can see the coach, Gilbert Lezana. He's there talking to the captain, Dejon Charles, and they seem to be in all good spirits.
So the required run rate is 11.25, which is healthy. So they want to keep with that. 90 to get off 8 overs. And the man with the golden arm, Jason Mohammed. He prefers that southern end, the end that is closer to Barkpaw in Trinidad. He's from Barkpaw, Jason Mohammed. Very popular man in those places, Barkpaw.
He's had an awesome time at the Chief Secretary's BAGO T10 Blast with both bat and ball in hand, but not his team though.
He's had a great time this year.
Yeah.
In the Dream 11. I'm sure he's looking forward to the Red Force resuming their 4-day cricket, their red ball cricket. So here's the man nicknamed Shadow. Deep in his crease, there was Pope, a weighted shot that allows for 2. Dial is an excellent athlete, and he gets back in.
It's quite pivotal in assisting the Rainforest Rangers as well to get up to that 116. If you missed it, he had a brilliant knock of 45. Webster 28 in that innings, and that led the way for the Rangers. And I thought they did well with a surface that looked very inconsistent. At the back there you can see the sea.
It looks very dark and dangerous. In the day it's glistening and bright. Down the track, and the Pope tugs it straight into Longhorn's hands, and he is out. A fumble, but the catch taken, and Pope goes. It's 28.
Well, it could very well be the opening because Pope had runs yesterday. Coming in today, he would have had a lot of confidence, but Mark Dial is still there. It's unfortunate to see Pope go, though. He was looking good at the start of the innings, but it was smart bowling from Jason Mohammed, pushing it a bit wider. Saw Pope coming down the track and the ball turning away as well, and there was no other place that the ball was going but in the hands of the fielder at wide long on.
Yeah, you know, taking the ball away from the left-hander, taking the ball away from the batsman, far away from him. He loses control. It's like, you know, trying to pick a mango from your neighbor's yard with a very long rod. You lose power, you lose control, and you lose the mango.
It's like Shaquille LeBarrel John when he comes by me and he wants coconuts.
Shaquille LeBarrel John, our cameraman. Excellent work. That's Orlando James, better known as Lynn.
This is going to be a test for Orlando James here. He's had a good tournament, the young man. Had a nice knock yesterday as well. Unfortunately, he was trumped by his brother Joshua James, but he took a liking to him at the back end of the innings. Yeah, he is with a different situation on his hands here now. I think he just needs to support Dial.
And I don't think he will do that. I think he will play his natural game. What we have seen in this tournament from James is that he likes to go after the bowling.
Mohammed being the senior man here, he's just getting the fielders in the right positions. Along with the captain Ansel Ned, the slip fielder as well coming into play.
There's a loud appeal. He's coming around the wicket, so it's going to be difficult to get that decision because it seems as if that one was pitched outside the leg stump. We wait to see the replay.
Yeah, there's always that chance of the ball pitching outside the leg stump from that angle, and that
but it seems as if it was just outside that leg stump. Good decision there by the umpire.
And the umpire is in the right position to make the decision. James just need to be watchful, you know.
Direct hit.
And with someone like Jason Mohammed operating the way in which he is at the moment, and given the tournament that he has had, I think you want to play positively against him. You don't want to be too watchful at the same time. You want to get him out of his line and length pretty early. There's not much time. There's only 2 overs to face against him. And you know, sometimes batsmen may think that they need to bat out one bowler and take the attack to the others. But in a T10 version of the game, there's not much time to do that.
Unless you're chasing a very small score, and you can afford to do that. But the situation here where what the fielding team has to do is to try and slip in a couple overs quickly. You need a bowler in there who just turns and comes back into bowl. Whilst they're under pressure losing that first wicket, you want to slip an over or 2 in quickly, and that will always help. Because when they look up at the scoreboard, you see 5 and the 5th and 6th over already bowled, and then the panic sets in. But this is a different kettle of fish here. They need to restrict the Islanders to 68 or less. Otherwise, you know, their interest in this tournament would have gone. And tomorrow, instead of coming here, they can go to the nearby Argyle Falls. They are risky on that occasion there.
I think the Cricket 360 team would be there on Saturday.
Well, if you will be there, but I'm sure you will be there. So the Cricket 360 team will be down in the west.
Well, Ronnie seems not to like that. No, Ronnie likes the Argyle waterfall.
I think Ronnie likes the beach. That's a lovely shot there from Shakil Barrel John. The moon is actually, it's a full moon, isn't it?
Something about Shakil Barrel John tonight. I'm not sure what it is.
Well, that's it. It's full moon. A lot of things happen, a lot of positive things. So that positivity has fallen on Shakil the Barrel John.
If we are looking at the equation at the moment, 84 from 42, but if the Rangers does not limit the Islanders to under 37 more runs here now, they would definitely be out of the tournament. So 37 more runs again here for the Rangers to defend.
It's going to be Webster to take up the attack. 32 for 1. It's been a lovely tournament so far. This is the penultimate evening.
The second edition of this tournament. The first edition played back in 2019. So 2 years have elapsed since the last edition. It was a long time coming.
We came in 2020, Visham. How was 2019?
Well,
it's going to be Webster. Slow delivery to start with. Good night, Visham. How are you?
Good night. Yes, that's a good delivery there from Tion Webster. Good slow ball there from Webster. Dial not getting across to it. Just hanging his bat out there.
He's having some fun with good old Visham Lalman. But the inaugural tournament was played in 2020. Of course, 2021 was well taken care of by COVID-19. And we're back here in 2022. It's Webster. Edged and dropped. They needed that.
Yeah, it was a simple catch there. But if we look at the wicketkeeper, he's just a bit up to the stumps. That Brown. Not shuffling across, stretching the hands out rather.
I think what happened, he took it on the way up because of the distance he's standing to the stumps, but he grabbed at it. He never allowed it to come to him. He just grabbed at it. This time cut, obviously 4.
Yeah, rubbing salt in the wounds of Webster and the Rangers here. Just bowling a bit too short and wide on that occasion, so not.
Previous delivery pitched up. Dial was looking to drive. It took a thick outside edge. So Dial is on 17, and you don't want to bowl him into form here because he will then take his team into the playoff, and also he could be very dangerous there. Outside the off stump, and our good guy is not going to signal wide.
You can see the intentions being made clear here by Tion Webster. He's looking to bowl wide to Mark Dial. He does not want to bowl anything in the arc of Dial. Dial likes the ball on about that fifth stump where he can drive. So he's just taking it further away from that hitting arc of Mark Dial.
But there's a backward point, a deep backward point, and he's hoping to get him into the play. Remember, Webster, whilst he's trying to still control the runs, he has to attack. And this is an inside edge. So he's caught in two minds. He understands that he has to be economical, but also you can't look to defend 68 in 10. You then have to take wickets.
And what he's doing as well, he's bowling that ball wide, but there's no third man. So there's a vacant region there. So anything that is edged from that flashing blade of Mark Dial. Yes, one went into the gloves of Brandon Mark Brown that was put down. But anything that is edged out there can easily fly away for 4. But he's going to bowl to Orlando James now, who likes to get on with things.
So Webster to the right-handed James. Nice back of a length delivery. It's the end of the over. At the end of 4, it's 37 for 1.
The letter of the day is C. C is for Cricket 360, the #1 cricket broadcasting and media company in the entire Caribbean. Watch now, Alia. If all like all it cricket, Cricket 360 is your only choice. Watch now. Is local cricket them showing, international cricket, little regional cricket, and then little minor league and thing too. They're showing all that. So if you know you like your cricket, Cricket 360 is your #1 choice. Me myself, I don't know cricket lover and thing, Hang now, all the cricket was here first time. Me myself, I real cricket lover and thing, But when I see the kind of programming Cricket 360 showing, watch now, I get hooked. Just like how Ramesh get hooked on the X-Girl, same way I get hooked. Watch now, and the thing is, it's real accessible.
So here is Jason Mohammed, and this one keeps low, creeps along the ground. Mr. Brown is not close to the ground, and that goes for 4.
Yeah, I think it's a wicket that is difficult to wicket keep on because it's an inconsistent track. It has that up and down bounce. So I would say you have to feel for the wicket keepers when they're keeping on this track.
Yeah, well, on that occasion, the third man had to feel for him.
Yeah.
Because he missed it and it went for 4. But on tracks that are difficult to keep on, Visham, you tend to want to stay low for long. And I think the young man will gain that experience as they move forward. So the target of 116 is secondary at this point in time. It's that target of 68. Mohammed. And they are trying to be fancy. He's out like before. Looking for that reverse sweep. The man with the golden arm from Bark Point, South Trinidad, Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, that looked dead there. That looks stone dead. Look at it. That was hitting middle and off for sure there. So good decision by the umpire. That dreaded finger coming into play. But if you look at Jason Mohammed, he was bowling slow through the end, the last couple of deliveries. That one fired in. So Dial he was in an uncomfortable position there. So just making it uncomfortable was Jason Mohammed. Dial has to go for 18.
You know what? That was a preconceived shot.
Yeah.
As Dial leaves the arena for 13, the score is 41 for 2.
The new batsman is going to be Dejon Charles, the tall Dejon Charles, the captain of the Little Tobago Islanders. didn't have much to do with the bat. He has not had that big of an opportunity like Joshua James, one of the young stars, would have had for the Gunners. But there he is with an opportunity though in front of him. 75 from 34 balls to win, and also 28 runs to get to ensure their spot in the playoffs.
Well, it's a situation like this with Jason Mohammed. He attacks the stump. You miss, I hit. You fail to ask the young lady out to dinner, I will. That's the situation with him.
He doesn't give away too much.
Reminds me of you.
Reminds me of Kailash.
So James is on 3 or 4. Ronnie Bikram Das is having his entertainment tonight. Just to the front of us, there are some kids. And every time that young man jumps that chain, Visham, I'm cringing because there are 2 poles just underneath it. Should he jump from the opposite end and rolls on that, that could be very dangerous. And there's the bird that you told me that normally runs you down.
Yeah, I saw Ryan Williams of the Rangers being run down by that bird earlier while we were setting up the camera. I saw Anil Lakan as well being run down by that bird yesterday.
Well, at least something is running Anil Lakan down. Here is Mohammed again. And again, you can see what we are speaking about here, Jason, wicket to wicket.
Yeah, on about that middle and off stump line. And that's where you want to be. And bowling that one a bit quicker there, Jason Mohammed. To a new batsman as well, you want to be tight. Attack the stumps.
This is tidy there from Jason Mohammed.
Look at that spell, 2 for 7 in 1.4 overs. A prize spell thus far for the Rangers. It's good to see him working with Ansel Ned and setting the field, getting things right.
Remember, Jason Mohammed captained the West Indies team in the ODIs, and Mohammed has that experience. So that is one of the brilliant things by having players of the caliber of Jason Mohammed here, because the young men can learn from him. We have done that with Cricket Council USA back in America by hosting the US Open, bringing in all these foreign players and these international stars. What that has done is that it has brought the standard up, because when you're a local player and you're rubbing shoulders with guys of the international standard, you're sure to improve, because you don't want to let yourself down. So, you know, you work harder and you look to come out, you know, at least competing against these guys.
Yeah, and it's free rewards. Rewards are normally free. Depends on how you look at it, but you are getting paid to rub your shoulders with these guys. So why not? It's a big opportunity for guys like Ansel Ned, Orlando James, Joshua James, and Dijon Charles. All of these guys were involved in the tournament.
Yeah, and you can see Mohammed again having a discussion with Ned. I think he's asking Ned, he's urging Ned to come back into the attack given his experience. And there is the birdie is there.
You're speaking about...
I'm surprised that I saw, when I mentioned it's a birdie there, Sheldon Brooks got up. I think he wanted to chase that birdie. It's maybe one of many that has gotten away from him.
Sheldon Brooks has a lot of birds, as he tells us. Yeah, but you're speaking about earlier about that bowler that the Rangers would look towards to get in those quick overs. And I think Ansel Ned is the man to do that. But he's already bowled 1 over. He has 1 over remaining. 43 for 2 at the end of 5. 73 from 30 required. 14.6 runs per over. But that equation, they're not interested in that at the moment. 26 for the Rangers to defend.
So Ned, who prefers to bowl with his cap, similar to you prefer to commentate with your cap.
Similar to you as well.
Yes. Some of the players, they're now coming in for game number 2, the clash of the top teams. Let's bring a scenario to life here, Visham. Let's add 2 wickets to that 43. Let's say they're 45 for 4. Game on?
I still don't think so. There's a lot of batting to come for the Islanders, and I think it's a long way away from the Rainforest Rangers. That playoff spot. I think with the score as it is at the moment, of course, they were the defending champions of the last. Tournament.
So it was able to go through to the wicket out there, and he will look to fight. Dangerous player, Terrence Hines. Dangerous all-rounder. He joins Orlando James out there.
Saw him do a lot of damage at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Taruba for the Dream 11 T10 tournament with the Leatherback Giants.
Oh, you mean in the tournament? Yes. I did see a car run off the highway there that did some damage to the facility as well recently. But you're speaking about in the stadium?
Yeah, in the stadium. Terrence Hines. On the field of play.
On the field of play. The big man, Jason Alcantara, who's joined us. And
word coming to hand is that Alcantara destroyed a 6-piece from KFC before coming to the ground.
I'll leave you to discuss that with him a little later on tonight. Ned.
You won't have time for discussing because more word reaching us is that there's another 6-piece that he's hidden under his pillow for tonight when he gets back to the apartment.
Well, I want to give him right. Alcantara, I want to give him right. Because, you know, KFC is KFC. The long lines today down at Lowlands. Just to get the KFC. And there is a good old Sheldon Rooks. The roof seems to have been blown away. But he's there doing his research. Should be back on air pretty soon. He wants better Wi-Fi, so he goes close to Digicel.
Yeah, the best place to be.
Yes. He's a shining man. He's a shining star, isn't he?
It's the best place to be, but if you look in front of him, well, the viewers won't be able to see there's Anil Lakan, so I'm not too sure. He may be rethinking his position.
They're good friends, both gentlemen. I think they're doing their research. I'm looking forward to seeing Jid Gooley tonight. I'm getting the feeling that Jid Gooley may well produce something special. He has done absolutely nothing. So far in this tournament. But I'm getting the feeling he may well come. He may come good. Team owner Richard Ramke soon and his love out says the
Back for a second here now.
Our run is like a goal here. They need to be tidy.
Was not tidy in that situation there, but if I think one thing the Rangers would be happy about was word coming to hand from Mr. Vidya Ramphal is that the Trinidad players went to the crab racing and goat racing today, and Jason Mohammed's crab won the race.
You never know what can happen. He's struck on the pad. There's an appeal going down the leg side, but again, the fielders, they need to be on top of their game. They need to be looking at that ball like a hawk.
Is that a sign for the Rangers here tonight?
Well, it'll take a lot to ensure that all they can get is 19 runs of the next 3 overs and 4 balls. Or they may just grab 7 wickets.
Yeah, so 19 of 22 if you're looking at it like that.
Hines is there, and a few lusty blows from him could see the end. At least in terms of their aspirations to qualify. And Hines understands what is needed. Going back and across. Sheldon Rooks beats a hasty retreat from the stands, and he's coming along again.
Was that drop there? We'll have to look at that again. Maybe Kyle Ash can run that replay.
They're up to 69 now, so the Rangers are out of the tournament. As we speak, they've had 6
have had that to their name, one victory, you know.
One thing, they have the strongest ball.
It's really showing, and it showed in the entirety of this tournament. Their batting has always had to pull them out, but struggle at times.
This is struck away. That's a mighty hit. That's bang into the Sid Gray Sporting Complex. That's 6 more. Webster getting the treatment from his fellow park. Good camera work there by Shaquille the Barrel John. Ah, there's the umpire. He spins one viciously.
And there's a smile as well.
Great loop. This is down the leg side. Brown misses it. There it comes. Here it comes. Yes, that's another wide. 5 of those.
The 3 peaks accompanied by that silver beard there, goatee.
Yes, 3 peaks. And Alcata, your good friend, is telling me, had it been you, you would have seen 5 peaks.
Had it been Alcata, it would have been 8 peaks.
Let's put this over in perspective. 21 runs. And we've seen 3 legal deliveries. The world record, we saw it recently in the T10 at in America. It was actually a T20 tournament. The match was reduced to a T10 affair, and 43 runs was struck in the over, bowled by Jelani Seals to Raheem Jimbo Cornwall. He struck him for 7 sixes, and one of those was a no ball. So 43 runs came. So far, we've seen 22 in 4 balls.
When you were speaking about that over, I was just thinking that it just may have been you that bowled that over. But then I remember it was Jelani Seals, kind of US Open, one of the top tournaments around the world, top T20 tournaments.
Ooh. Oh, that's a good delivery. I'll let you know, Visham, the only thing I bowl over are the ladies. Is that the end of the over? Is Webster still bowling? He's given it up. So it's the end of the over, the end of 8. We take a short break. 82 for 3, and the guys just under the almond tree. They're having a good look.
Hello, this is your boy Kenneth Supersad, and I want to big up Quick Scope Cricket Newspaper. Make sure you get your Quick Scope Cricket Newspaper. Kenneth says so.
And Visham, the crowd is actually building up to the left of us, and I think the crowd there could mirror the crowd we had early on. Not now, but early on the right side. Let's have a look at the crowd on the right side. So that's the crowd on the left. Let's move to the right. Let's move to the left, and you will see it again. It's comparable.
That's one of the most innovative pavilions I've seen.
Yeah, well,
a boat and a roof.
Yeah, if you can look at the ladder. Did you see the ladder? Oh, what a view. And I like how these guys just light up to prevent the mosquitoes from taking them away.
Yeah, and enjoying their time at the Chief Secretary's BAGO T10 blast just beyond the wall.
Well, our 2 cameramen, they like to light up just to ensure mosquitoes don't come around as well, and they seem to have enjoyed that particular stand. Alcata and and ramp ball. Hines is on 23, and it is Hines who has really taken this one away from the Rainforest Rangers. Excellent.
Yeah, that's the kind of man he is, the seniority showing there.
Senior pro. Ooh, let's wait and see. This is going to be funny now because Hines bowled a similar delivery that's called a no ball. This one is called a wide.
And you can see him there signaling a no ball. Terrence Hines.
He remembered.
He's still going, Terrence Hines.
This is driven away by James.
You're not being able to get under that one there, Orlando James. Well pitched up by Ryan Williams. Ryan Williams, the player of the tournament, the Vinci Premier League this year. The leading wicket taker as well. Most wickets taken by him.
Well, Visham, I guess if you're the leading wicket taker, you have taken the most wickets. No ball. You're on top of your game tonight, are you?
Well, Terrence Hines, he's on top of his game.
So it's 85 for 3. Tell me, Visham, could they get 30 of 10?
You know, with Terrence Hines there, I think they can. But I think Ryan Williams, who's operating for the Rainforest Rangers, he's a good bowler. He looked to limit the run scoring here. And he's doing quite well at the moment, bowling to Terrence Hines. He's looking to go wide. Bowl those wide Yorkers.
Oh, you can see not taking advantage of the free hit on that occasion there, Hines.
It's going away from them now, the Little Tobago Islanders, but I think they've looked past this. They'll still look to go for the win, but I think they are comfortable now, knowing, having in the back of their minds that they are in the they'll be focused on that clash tomorrow. You can't afford to be pitching that short on this Sid Grace Sporting Complex. That was short, it stood up, and it was saying to Terrence Hines, hit me, and that he did, over the ropes of 6. Ryan Williams not having the pace to be bowling that short. Hines accepting it gleefully.
Again, he goes, and this is going to go for 4. In between mid-wicket and a wide-ish long on. So that's 4 more. So he hasn't given up here. He thinks that they can get it.
So the equation goes down to 20 from 7 balls now, and the music goes up as well here in the stands at the Sid Grace Sporting Complex in Roxborough. Good energy and excellent atmosphere here in the windward side, the eastern side, sorry, of Tobago. .33 of 14, Terrence Hines.
Struck down the ground. That's a mighty hit. That is going towards Arima. That's 6 more.
That's a huge hit there from Terrence Hines. Served full toss, and away it went for 6. 14 from the last over now. I think they could fancy their chances here.
Well, 20 runs coming in the penultimate. Over 24 in the over prior to that has brought him right back into the contest. And what James has to do, he's on strike. He needs to just get a single and give strike to Terror Heights.
Jason Mohammed.
So he has bowled out. MAQ is going to get a bowl now.
The champion crab racer, Jason Mohammed. Josh MAQ is going to be bowling the final over. Final over that the first Rangers would be a part of in this tournament as well.
Well, the Rangers, all they can do is to hope to end this tournament with a win. You don't want to end the tournament winless.
Both Ned and Mohammed having a word with MAQ, who has not bowled in this contest as yet. So this will be his first over. Has not bowled in this contest. It's going to be his first over of the game. This game.
Oh, that's a good ball to start with, but it eludes the wicketkeeper, who's had a horrific night here on the lights at the Sid Gray Sporting Complex, and that goes so far.
Yeah, well, that just sums
4 byes, so it's 10 off 5.
That just sums up the tournament, the kind of tournament that the Rainforest Rangers are having. And you can see Jason Mohammed very disappointed with that effort from Brandon Mark Brown with the gloves in hand. And you can see him, well, you can at least judge from what he's saying. He's saying that's a bit too short, and you want to be a bit wider as well.
Swing and a miss. I think what James needs to do here is just get Terrence Hines, the experienced batter, on strike.
Yeah, Hines. It's good to see Hines just walking up slowly, having a chat with James. MAQ would be happy to see Orlando James on strike.
Sammy goes for this one. That's just a single. So 9. Now required of 3.
Yeah, and from what Jason Mohammed was showing to MAQ, they bowl wide. He has protection. He has a third man fielder in position. Hence, he's asking him, both Ned and Mohammed, giving the young man MAQ the protection to bowl wide. But he's done well thus far in the over. Just that mishap there by the wicketkeeper, allowing that for byes. 9 from 3.
Hines playing a shorthand jab. They take 1, and I think Hines was late to react. He should have pushed for 2 there, at least trying to put some pressure on the fielder. And they're losing the plot a bit here in the last over after getting 4 of the very first ball.
Yeah, certainly. I thought that if Hines did run the first one hard there, Mr. Mamson, he could have easily gotten 2. He would have been back on strike, and it would have been different. They would have required 7 from 2 balls, and it would have been the perfect competitor on the other end to get them. But Orlando James, he's no slouch as well. Let's see. 8 from 2.
Oh, that's an excellent delivery. They're running, and they take 1. That's all they will take. What Hines should have done there, is to look to take 2. Because 7 required of 1, at best, they can probably get a super over.
While reading the script earlier that was handed to me by Ronnie Bikramdas, I saw a super over written on it. So let's hope that it doesn't come into effect here now.
If it's a 6, they're down to a super over.
I'd like to see a super over here tonight.
Struck away through the offside. And did it go for 6? We wait on the umpire. It goes for 6. So, that's victory for them. And 6 required of the last ball. 6 struck there by Terrence Hines.
What a finish there by the Little Tobago Islanders, and that just sums up the tournament for the Rainforest Rangers. Unfortunately for them, they could not win on any game in this tournament. My oh my, how disappointing.
Yeah, so victory, what an innings there by Terrence Hines. 46 not out. When he came in, they were in danger of getting a 68. They were still waiting, hoping to get up to 68. He played cautiously in the beginning, but in the end, he cracked 46 with a 6 of the final ball, winning the match. 6 required of the final ball. He got it. So what a victory for them. And they go into the
just set. Good luck with that. Right, welcome back. David Furlong. Hi, good evening to you. Oh yes, everything else. Andrew James is better. We have young MAQ. You know, I like Dylan, the captain. I like him. He played for my teammate the T10 in Trinidad, and very impressed with his performance. But you know, as some international raw talent which needs, you know, the training and so that's something that we have to look at forward. And also just MAQ. You see it back here now. It's trying to see how best we can get him back. Yes. And 17 this year from playing a tournament after the first September, which was we want to I think that the preparation for the tournament partnership over the years. To say thank you very much.
Very good evening and welcome back. This is the second of our two matches here at the Sid Gray Sporting Complex. This time round we have the Bucca Reef Divers going up against table-topping Fort King George Gunners. The opening pairing of Jaron Alfred and Imran Khan are out in the middle, and I think it is Carrie Peer to open the bowling for Fort King George Gunners. Just in time for the first ball. I'm sitting alongside Vinud Mamchan. Very good evening, Vinud.
Good evening again, Sheldon, as top of the table class. It's all about who will win and go directly into the finals, and who will remain to play it down.
Breath here. Alfred already off to a good start. Plays that one back up the pitch. Carrie Pear fields off his own bowling.
Well, Pear on that occasion, they're scramping him for room more than anything else. I'm not looking for turn. I don't see arm ball.
It really followed him, didn't it, that one? This time he can free his arms, but it goes straight to the man at mid-off. There's a shy at the stumps. It flies past but Alfred was running past the stump, so Imran Khan, who wanted to come back for a second,
He has been their main batsman. He's really performed well throughout this tournament, and that early breakthrough would have really put some shivers down the spine of Central Sports, because they depend on him so much. Khan drives in the air, and James, it seems, who cuts it out. And looking at that fielding effort, I think James went over the boundary in returning that, and it stays at 1.
Dropped in between the two fielders there, Hooper and James. James it was who was running back.
Well,
yeah.
John Alfred, who's on strike now.
Oh, that's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Lovely cricket shot all along the ground.
Another man move, and going into this match, Alfred being the top scorer with knocks of 58, 62 not out, 28, 60 not out, and 16.
Can add another 9 now. 9 of 5.
Yep. So the end of the first over, 2 proper cricketing shots brought those 2 boundaries, and it's now a 10 without loss.
Christopher Vincent it is who's going to take up the bowling from the Ocean end. Lights in full force now.
Well, they're actually called Central Interiors Divers, and that's because they're sponsored by Central Interiors back in Trinidad and Tobago. Richard Ramkisoon, the owner of that company, and his wife, they're here, and they just flew in today to take in the action, and they're in the stands at the moment here supporting this team. And he will be hoping that they can go straight into the finals, but they'll need a crushing victory here in order to do that. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, not least of all because they are playing the unbeaten side in the competition. Here's Vincent now. Left arm around to Imran Khan, who has a swipe at that one. They pick up 1 run. No, it's a wide, and he didn't get anything on it. I thought he'd made some contact with that.
So
not according to the umpire. Alfred taking his guard down at this end. Imran Khan comes down to have a word with him. He's got a habit of doing that, hasn't he? Walking all the way down. They normally meet in the middle, but Khan likes a walk.
Well, it also depends on the other player. I mean, if he comes down the track, Khan will not go past him.
Thick outside edge to backward point. There's a shot at the stumps at the far end and just misses.
Well. Luck seems to be going the way of Alfred. Was up in his face, so to speak. He had no choice but to run, and luckily for him, it was not a direct hit. Had it been a direct hit, he would have had to have continued running.
It's the second close one that he's had. He had one in the first over, had one now. He's chancing his arm here as Vincent comes in again, spears that one in towards the pads, and Khan works that out to the man at, you call it wide, long on, I think. And they come through for 1. Alfred is on strike, just tightening his gloves. Lots of players have got that habit of undoing them when they're at the non-striker's end. Vincent in again now.
That's a good delivery, but again, it brings a run as the fielder at mid-off was very deep there, Sheldon.
Yeah, nice feeling to this. 15 off 2 so far. We've got 3 balls left in the over. That first Ball went for 2 wides. Vincent is in again now. Gets through these overs pretty quickly. Missed out. That's going down the leg side. Vincent wasn't interested. There were a few stifled shouts from teammates, but no shout from Vincent.
I think guys at cover and cover point, they were appealing.
Well, he's worked that one off his legs and they come through for 1. So we've got Alfred on strike again now. And he goes through his little routine of putting his gloves together, a little tap on the left pad before he settles over his bat. There comes Vincent again. And it's hit hard, long, it's over the head of the man at long off, and that goes for 4.
I know in Ronnie Bikram that he's going to bring that for us. Let's see it, Ronnie. Boot, and it kept going further. End of 2, 20 without loss.
Ten off the over again.
Good friends, Sheldon, they're populating
there again. Left arm round as it tried to paddle that and missed completely. They're going to take a couple. They won't come back for 3rd, and it's buys actually.
So it's gone for 4. What happened there? Khan moved across his stumps. He was trying to play the ramp shot or the paddle shot, the scoop shot.
It's half and half, wasn't it?
Yeah, but what he did in the process is that he blindsided the wicket keeper. So it worked.
And there's enough pace on it to take it for 4. Pierre comes in again. Nice high front arm. Squirts into the onside. And they come through for 1. Simmons Peters it was who ran in off the boundary, finding something to do. He had to battle with Hooper for that one, who was also on the boundary. The pair of them both very quick across the ground. 25 without loss. Alfred, it is, just tidying himself up as usual. Little mannerisms or a bit of a habit forming, I think. There's Pierre. He bowls again, hit down on the onside. Hooper runs in quickly, closes it down. There's no chance of a second. They just take 1 run.
Well, that's good work by Hooper, who has been really one of the standout players for the Gunners in this tournament. He attacked that from the moment it came off the bat, and that would have killed any thoughts of a second run by both batsmen. And that is what you want to see.
Pierre.
Every run counts in this shortened format.
That's cut past the man at cover. There's a man on the cover boundary who runs in to pick that one up, and they take 2. Alfred is back on strike, going along nicely here. Here's Pierre again. It's wide, gives Alfred a chance to carve that one out past a diving Jason Prasad.
What a player, Jason Prasad. Seems very versatile. Of course, you know, he's a good batsman. He wicket keeps at times.
That was what
I want to see that again.
That's what you call a dust up.
I need to see that again, Ronnie Bikram Das. Ronnie's spearing him. Cracked away again.
This time straight to the man. They like the quick singles, don't they?
Beautiful dive. Wasn't it? After
Good
careful
effort.
consideration. I'll give him a 1 out of 10.
Good effort from him. Sure, if he didn't hit the inside of his leg.
Well, the physio is being sought after.
You have to look at the
Yeah,
replay there
Yep.
to see what happened. Davines is watching on. Well, you remember that he was injured in the final last year. That put him out. I can't see where he's holding and what it is that might be ailing
coming
him.
off. Seems to have been.
Right, so it's the left leg then.
Yeah. Is it the ankle?
I think when he was trying to hit, he may have hit his own leg. Yeah, the ball kind of speared into him, and then in trying to hit it, he may have caught his own leg. It's just wear on the leg. It may have caught him. Knee, perhaps. Anyway, it looks as though he's going to continue. That was the first ball of a new over by Christopher Vincent. Alfred is getting his gloves back on and making himself ready. He walks fairly comfortably back to the crease, and we're going to get back underway. Vincent it is from the far end. Bowls. Gets hold of that. JP's in pretty quick and sends him back.
JP again, man. Well done, good old JP.
He's come across from, he was on the boundary on one side, and now he's come across to the other side of the field. Vincent in again now. Just on the back foot, slashing at that. And they get one. Didn't really make the connection he was looking for. 33 without loss. They're going at just over 9 and over. Imran Khan it is to face. He settles over his bat as Vincent comes in now.
Well, had Imran connected with that, that would have gone to Barbados.
He liked the look of that, didn't he? You could see trying to get a little bit too much on it. Maybe just the head going up in the air and losing sight of it as Vincent bowls a flatter one and rushes Khan into that shot. They take one.
Harry Pear fielding. Harry Pear plays with Queen's Park, and their coach is one Imran Jan, who messaged me about 2 nights ago and asked the question, where did you find Sheldon Rooks?
34 without loss. I'll have to contact him.
Yes, I
Let me have
to share his number with
his,
you.
his
He asked
details,
me
yeah.
to share his number with you. He said you took him to England to play for the very first time.
That's right. Came up there and played for us at Bexley. Vincent, right, left arm round. Just take the 1 run. Only 3 runs coming off that over. 35 without loss, says Vinod.
So it's 35 after 4. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back.
Down just in front of us, it hard, 1 bounce.
It's all about the lighting tower. It's so low that it was directly in his eyes. With the angle, he's indicating that now to his captain.
Perfect for football though. Swings that out into the onside. They take 1 run. Khan a little bit upset with himself as he swishes the bat over the stumps, thinking that he should have done better with that short ball. Providence now just shifting a few people as he takes a few steps and then runs up to bowl. Alfred gets hold of that one. It's going to drop safely in between 2 fielders. It's Simmons Peters who runs in, or is that Shaquille Duncan? I'm not sure. Can't quite see from here.
So both players just having a word in the middle. They've made a magnificent start here, Sheldon. They're looking to push on to at least get up to about 45 in the first 5 and take it from there.
Didn't quite get hold of that one. It dribbles out into the onside, and it is Shaquille Duncan who runs in from the boundary to pick up. They come through for 1. Alfred is back on strike. He's on 25 off 17. Khan from his 11 balls is on 8. So no one really tearing it up yet. 4 off the over so far, all singles. That's bowls now. Alfred steps across his stumps to try and change the angle a little bit. Hits it hard back at Provi, but there's no run.
Well, we've seen that from almost everyone, going across the off stump, looking to muscle the ball through the onside.
This time guided out to cover. There's a shout there for what could only be a run out, but it's not given. It's a dot ball, and at the end of the over, it's 39 without loss. Alfred is on 25. Khan is on 8. Providence just went for 4.
Excellent over there from Providence. And there you can see national coach David Furlong, and you had a very interesting interview with him in between games.
Yeah, and it would appear that I must have upset him because he's walked away and he's not going to talk to us again. So he must be wondering what was all that about.
Well, you've struck again, haven't you?
He spoke very, very well, actually. He was very complimentary about his time here in Tobago, in particular about some of the youngsters that he's seen. And, you know, I enjoyed chatting with him, and I hope those of you at home who heard our talk enjoyed some insight from one of the top top officials in Trinidad and Tobago cricket. Hooper it is. No, it's not. Beg your pardon. Oh, yes, it is. It's Hooper. Pull that one down a little bit, and they come through for one. You can tell from his white undershirt that he's got on, one of those sort of tight-fitting rash guards almost. In again. Frees his arms up, goes out to the man in the deep, but they can only take one. And there's been a little bit, well, there was some urgency in the running earlier on, but in the last couple of overs, they've just been jogging through the singles. 41 without loss. Here comes Hooper again. That's wide outside the off stump, and yeah, and Hooper's not happy, but really it was in those tracks. There's no doubt about where it went.
Yeah, definitely. Hooper's probably seeing other lines.
He pulled that one down. Khan got hold of it, but not quite as well as he would have liked, and they only pick up the one. This is setting up to be a really, really good contest. I mean, I'm not sure if we're going to get up to the dizzy heights of, was 116 from the in the first match? That would be a good total to chase down as Hooper comes in and bowls. No.
He's on the back foot, and that one probably just moving away from him. You could have seen where the ball passed. He was nowhere near that. But had he connected, that might have gone a long, long way, probably up to your mountain house.
There comes Hooper again. And that would have been wide, but oh, and a terrific effort. Really was. A diving effort, stretched the hand out, but it got past him.
Was that like
running? That is either it's difficult to see from here out in the deep, but it's one of those young, lean, slim, athletic fielders, either Shaquille Duncan or Simmons Peters.
After 6, they reached the 50s, 50 without loss. Alfred 32, Khan 10. Alfred continues to bat well in this tournament.
And you know, they really haven't started slugging, have they? It's coming up, and when the break comes up, that's where I'm going to be.
Yep.
Khan pulls that, goes out to the man in the deep, and they take one run. Hasn't really connected as yet, Imran Khan. 10 off 13. Alfred to face now. He's 32 off 23. Down the track. Even when it's a full How many scored last night?
16.
And that was the failure. I think was the other lowest score. We've got a flashing bail. 4.
is a bullet.
And Khan has got hold of that one. There's a man in the deep there, though. They'll only be able to come through for one. Got a nice strong arm. No, not there.
That was a mighty offer. With an offer like that, he could have bought the entire Roxborough.
Well, quite firing yet, and despite that, they are 50. Without loss, 30. Five for Alfred off his 26. Khan is a runner. For the field placings to be sorted out. And now he settles over his bat as James runs in to bowl. He has a swipe at that. Nowhere where he wanted it to go. A fortuitous boundary as the man at short third man misses out there. That was Keyshawn Dillon who missed out there. He got a hand to it.
Yeah, you can see Dillon this nursing that hand.
James in again. Khan waits. This time it's in the air, but it's over the heads of the fielders. One bounce over the boundary rope, and that is 4.
He'll take it anyhow he gets it. Joshua James will continue.
Did we have a replacement come on there? Was that Dillon going off and someone else coming on? I have to try and find out. Dillon had been fielding here 2 balls ago, and then we saw one of the players go off, and now 23 has come on. I think there's a replacement for Dillon as James bowls, and Khan is wrapped on the pads. They run through for a single. Well done from Alfred. He was down there pretty quick, and then it would have been tricky to get pick the ball up and get it down to the non-strikers end.
Onside, but he was so far outside his leg stump and the ball crashed into his pads. Still able to get one with the momentum they've created. They'll be getting runs as they probably of almost every delivery once they're not dismissed.
Here comes James again. Alfred waits. And this one is hit square. And they take one run. Even when they're not getting the boundary or even the lucky boundaries, they're still managing to pick up runs. Khan waits for James, who's running in now. It's well directed.
Again, Khan looking to make room on the leg side. And Khan just stepped into his wicket there. That would have been a wide.
Yeah, just cramped him up a little bit. Rolled out into the offside and they came through for one. But even when it's not going well, they're still managing to pick up singles, keep the scoreboard ticking over. James bowls to Alfred and it's directed. And they take a single. Again, it's a leg by. Another run goes to the total. This is a lot more controlled and measured innings from Alfred. I like to put it that way, but he's also come up with a few mishits, to be honest.
So let's hope
that one in the air. There's no one out. They're going to have to run in from the boundary. They'll take another single. On another night, that would have gone further, or they would have had a man in there, and that would have been out. They've just been so lucky with field placings and shot selections. Here's Hooper again. Alfred this time again squirted away though, not quite where he meant it, and still picks up 4.
I tell you, it's all about Alfred here tonight. So he goes on to 42. It's very consistent. Yeah, yeah. With good support.
You look at the scoreboard here. 89 for 1. We've got okay, there's just a few balls to go. They've coasted here, haven't they? Really, they haven't had any of the massive big hitting, power hitting that we've seen earlier on. And Alfred still walks off with 44 from 31. Khan is there on 33 off 22, and I think he can still do some damage. And here's someone who has not done it as yet with the bat, but he may come good in. What's left? 1 over?
Over and ball. He had a tremendous. Dream 11 in Trinidad. So that's the of the over the end of 9. It's 89 for 1.
For 20 off his 2 overs in the scheme of things, you might say that's, you know, part balls already, and in the scheme of things that enough of a sighter across the ground. And if it does come off the pads, and try and keep them down to 1. Here's James. That's it down the ground. We don't have to worry about that one. Went right between the two fielders. Good strong hit from Khan. He was lucky with four leg byes off the first. genuine. Four off the bat there, James. Right arm round, trying to cram. Him up, and that's coming down here again. Consideration where he is. Scores.
43 not out of 27 balls. Gully 1 of 2, 107 for 1 after 10. That's the divers. When we come back, the gunners will be gunning for 108. We take a short break.
Hello, this is your boy Kenneth Supersad, and I want to big up Quick Scope Cricket Newspaper. Make sure you get your Quick Scope Cricket Newspaper. Kenneth say so.
The letter of the day is C. C is for Cricket 360, the #1 cricket broadcasting and media company in the entire Caribbean. Watch now, earlier. If all you like all it cricket, Cricket 360 is your only choice. Watch now. Is local cricket them showing, international cricket, little regional cricket, and then little minor league and thing too. They're showing all that. So if you know you like your cricket, Cricket 360 is your #1 choice. Me myself, I is not no cricket lover and thing, have all the cricket bowlers here. First, me myself, I real cricket lover and thing, But when I see the kind of programming Cricket 360 showing, watch now, I get hooked. Just like how Ramesh get hooked on the ex-girl, same way I get hooked. Watch now, and the thing is, it's real accessible. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, anyhow you're getting your updates, and you're getting real updates in real time from real knowledgeable fellas. Them fellas that don't go so around thinking, them fellas is real knowledgeable fellas. And watch, they have a nice program on a Friday, 7 o'clock that they show on Facebook. The Friday Night Lime, yes, they're giving you weekly updates on all your cricket around the world. So if you know you like your cricket, make sure and check out Cricket 360. Cricket 360. See.
Trust me, you haven't experienced Tobago quite like this.
Welcome back to Tobago.
We welcome your return.
Little Tobago, welcome your return. Unspoiled. unseen, natural beauty.
When last did you surprise yourself?
Hello, this is your boy Kenneth Supersad, and I want to big up Quick Scope Cricket Newspaper. Make sure you get your Quick Scope Cricket Newspaper. Kenneth, say so.
The letter of the day is C. C is for Cricket 360, the #1 cricket broadcasting and media company in the entire Caribbean. Watch now, Alia. If all like all it cricket, Cricket 360 is your only choice. Watch now. Is local cricket them showing, international cricket, little regional cricket, and then little minor league and thing too. They're showing all that. So if you know you like your cricket, Cricket 360 is your #1 choice. Me myself, I don't know cricket lover and thing, eh? Me myself, I real cricket lover and thing, eh? But when I see the kind of programming Cricket 360 showing, watch now. I get hooked. Just like how Ramesh get hooked on the ex-girl, same way I get hooked. Watch now, and the thing is, it's real accessible. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, anyhow you're getting your updates, and you're getting real updates in real time from real knowledgeable fellas. Them fellas that don't go so ranting, you know. Them fellas is real knowledgeable fellas. And watch, they have a nice program on a Friday, 7 o'clock that they show on Facebook. The Friday Night Lime, yes, they're giving you weekly updates on all your cricket around the world. So if you know you like your cricket, make sure and check out Cricket 360. Cricket 360. See. The letter of the day is C. C is for Cricket 360, the #1 cricket broadcasting and media company in the entire Caribbean. Watch now, Alia. If all like all it cricket, Cricket 360 is your only choice. Watch now. Is local cricket them showing, international
This is very crucial. Both teams are looking to direct sports to always follow. 107, right? You get 107. So both coming back was 107. 108. 108 to win. Right? And John Alfred with 275 runs. So just for a few more minutes, just to get the correct information, the official information before we feed you guys with that information. I know the two teams are waiting for that information from Poised in India. In the meantime, in the meantime, you can check out the concession area where you can enjoy the sweet music from Mr. Ken himself, Wishes Entertainment.
So we're back here at the Sidgray Sporting Complex, and the equation is if the divers can bowl the gunners out for 80 or less, they will then finish as group leaders, as I say good night, Anil Lakan. Good night, Anil.
Eliminator tomorrow, Vinod.
Yeah, Anil, well, that's the situation. Early on, we saw Rainforest just losing up the very last ball, and that put them out of the tournament. They have lost all 5 matches now. I say good night to Yachts from the Tobago Cricket Association. He's on the executive and he's with us. He's said that this tournament can go really big. They just need a bigger sponsor on it.
Yeah, money motivates everything, Vinod. Occasion, ball in the
so they're under some what we call scoreboard pressure now. 107 to win from 59 balls. The original target 108.
But I think the immediate target in terms of reducing the amount of runs per over would be to keep that run rate between 6 and 7, because if they get to 80, it means to say would go through as the winners. Runners.
Down the leg side, we wait on umpire Laborde. All he had to do was to play through the line, and the big man who has been
in the arc here, Vinod, and Joshua James, being a clinical ball striker, executed that to perfection.
Sammy goes again, 2 mid-wicket runs here for him. That's 4. Again, badly lined.
An excellent ball striking. From Joshua James. And the score moves on to 9.
It was easily worked away. Good feeling to his own bowling there by Asif. Score is now thrown around. That's good fielding there by Jit Guli. But again, good running, good running. Good bit of work there by Guli.
Excellent work from Guli. Had that passed him, that would have run away to the boundary. It was well timed. So the Gunners getting off to excellent start, and we can see the crowd here. They all having a good time here at the Sid Gray Sporting Complex. Just warming to the task.
Crowd has built up nicely, stump, and in fact, that took the bottom edge, but apparently he took nothing, goes away. For a bye. He's not going within the hitting arc.
Yeah, he's staying away. General. In the last 6 months has improved tremendously. He has been doing extensive
stump.
Yeah, excellent delivery here from Jed Gooley, bowling stump to stump to Joshua James. And Joshua James on this occasion, Vinod, was guilty of hitting across the line, which possibly gave the umpire the view that he needed to raise that dreaded finger. But I must admit, it's a huge breakthrough for the divers.
He cuts a forlorn figure as he walks off the playing field, and that's a big breakthrough for the divers.
But one must have a clear understanding that the umpires out in the middle, they are the sole adjudicator, and by showing dissent, it really creates an ugly picture for the game and the spectators. That in between length that caught Christopher. It's
yeah, I want to agree with that. He was neither forward nor back. He was in no man's land.
But
Shakil Duncan is in there. He's going to face the hat-trick ball. Can Jed Gooley get a hat-trick here tonight?
I would love to see that full slip in position.
It's a good delivery just outside the off stump, taking the shoulder of the bat.
Imran Khan at that short extra cover, doing the feeling.
Gooley's keeping it very tight at the moment. Struck on the pad again, and he's gone! Duncan goes, Gooley strikes, they're 12 for 3.
And Gooley here is really turning into
struck on the back leg. Now, you may argue that he was struck on the thigh pad, but it was actually on his knees.
Well, when you survey the length of the ball, it didn't have much to travel. So I'm sure that would have give the umpire enough ammunition to raise his hand when making this decision.
Yeah, what helps the umpires, or what sways the umpires, is that anytime you're struck on the back leg, they tend to think the distance between the impact and the stumps is not far away. Well, Jason Prasad is Visham Lalman's favorite batsman in this tournament. He comes in now.
Jed Gulli will want to send him to the sheds. You want to take him to the barber.
Well, it's the end of a maiden with 3 wickets. We've never seen that in this. Tournament before. Even the 2019 edition at Visham Lalman came. Don't think his mom will enjoy that.
This at the national level?
Yeah, definitely. Providence is one who has shone in this tournament. I'll tell you why. This is why tournaments like these are so important. It's just about giving these guys a platform to showcase their talent.
And on most occasions, these guys like Providence are really taking the opportunity to show their skill sets, Vinod.
Push away through the offside, runs here. Well, they're going to get 2. Caripé still there, and Prasad, there he goes! There goes good old JP again. As if he was so impressed with the first dive after careful.
Maybe in the next edition, Vinod.
Good old JP. Good guy. Jason Prasad. Originally from Guyana. There are not too many beaches there. It seems as if, but he has been living in Tobago for quite a while, but probably not long enough. The dives have not been pleasant. As my friend Ronnie Bikram Das was killing himself here tonight, he's enjoying it. He's giving him a 2.
Excellent bowling from Providence in this.
Until we saw what Jason Prasad could do. He can hit a long ball. But first he needs to consolidate. But 107, how long could you take?
Well, at this time, there is immense scoreboard pressure. And a lot will depend on both Caripé and Jason Prasad.
is your...
Welcome back as we continue coverage. It's going to be Jid Bully again. Ooh, and that. One nearly goes through the defense of Harry Pear. He's bowling bombs. Anil.
Yeah, at that pace he's bowling Yorkers. We know it's difficult to get under that ball.
Deliveries on scored off.
And remember, the cookery divers, Vinod, they will want to defend 80.
Well, they're well on their way to do that. Pushed away down to backward point. Again. 10 deliveries. No run of the bat of the bowling of Jid Guli. Central Interiors divers. They're on the money here tonight.
Yeah, indeed.
Pushed away, another dot ball. Well, well, well. History may well be created here. Pierce is finding out how many deliveries. He wants to spoil that. He bowls again, and that's 2 maidens, 3 wickets. A wonderful effort here by Jid Guli. At the end of over number 4, the Gunners are 17 for 3. Arnel, you're looking amazed.
Well, this must have been some record, Vinod, to bowl 2 overs in a T10. And look at the spectators here.
Well, Mr. Yachts there, an executive member of the TCA and the manager of the Rainforest Rangers, just taking in the cricket. He was saying that his team got some good licks, but he's happy the way the tournament has progressed, and he thinks that it should get bigger. I want to agree with him. I want to agree that his team did not play good, and I want to agree that this tournament can go further.
Well, I'm sure with some cash injection, Vinod, money motivates everything. And once there is a cash injection into this tournament, we could see, you know, teams getting bigger in terms of more household names coming to Tobago to participate.
I like this move. Imran Khan coming in now. He has bowled really well in this tournament, and they're looking to put that pressure on. It's going to be JP to face.
Well, Imran Khan with his bag of tricks, I'm sure he will want to spin that leg break right across him.
And bowls to Prasad, and Prasad plays this quietly forward. The last 19 deliveries have drawn 5 runs, and we've seen 3 wickets fall.
A bit naughty on this occasion from Khan, just sliding down the leg side, but you could see that he's bowling that slide into the pads, Vinod, and once that's executed to perfection, it's difficult to get that ball away.
Pushed up on the offside. JP on the back foot, and he's going to get 1.
And that's all it's going to be. That takes the score to 19 for 3. And the bowlers here just getting through their overs rapidly, at a rapid pace, Vinod. And that's evidence that there's little or no run scoring is taking place at this time.
Yeah. This time again, beaten outside the off stump. What has happened? All of a sudden, this pitch is playing differently.
Well, I think it's the quality of the bowlers here, Vinod, is contributing to a really good display from them.
End of the over. At the end of it, it's 19 for 3. We take a short break. We'll be right back.
Oh, welcome back after that short.
Keeper goes scampering.
I say all-rounder, but
as a keeper,
as a fielder, actually, when he's not injured, he is, or used to be, pretty quick across the ground. But
so is he carrying an injury?
Yeah, back, knee, shoulder, elbow. I think that's all.
He's like a grocery. He has everything.
Left-handed Pierre is on strike.
Listen to this coverage. He's going to come for us.
That's high in the air. It may not go all the way.
Gully takes a blinder.
Well, it came just inside the boundary and it was dropping on him. What is it? It was dying. Had to reach for it in the end. He shakes.
Tonight, he's turned it on.
Yeah, I was thinking that, and yet when I looked at the bowling figures throughout the matches, he's been okay. It's the fact that he's always gone up there really high in the order and failed with a bat. So that's uppermost in people's minds. But I think he has taken. Pierre it was who had to take the long, slow
Is that
walk
Hooper?
back.
Yep. Hooper, the Vincentian is in.
Hooperman. That looks like a. They call that kind of helmet or hat in England a jazz hat, and that's a style of cricket, a jazz hat cricket. It's usually played on a Saturday or midweek because Alfred runs in to bowl, drops it short. Prasad cuts it high in the air, and again.
Something is lining up properly for him here tonight. It's 20 for 5 and Jit Gully is on match.
And this.
Well, yep. So our guy Jason Passard leaves.
So I won't have to say any more about him now. Yeah, we can leave that one.
Loves his cricket, Jason.
I'll tell you what, you were talking about people listening back to the commentary, and sometimes we can be quite harsh.
I don't think. I think we were just having fun with Jason. You know, we all know that he's a cricket lover.
So I'll finish quickly on the jazz hat.
You normally finish quickly.
And the reason for the jazz hat thing is that sometimes you get teams who wear rather fancy caps, and they don't play league cricket, not normally.
Yeah, that's an interesting story. Where did this hat come from?
Well. Right, it's Hooper to face, down, not far. Oh, that's gone down the leg side. Wasn't the greatest of stops by the keeper. He managed to stop it, but it was wide and came through for one. Simmons Peters now is on strike, the young man who had gone to Signal Hill Comprehensive School just up the road from me. Played his school cricket there. Tall and slim. Quick across the ground.
Good evening to you, Stella. I'm fine, thanks.
So it is Hooper on strike. The left hand up as he waits for Khan now gets ready to bowl his second over, went for two. In his first over, which is double the amount of runs.
Very painful, Sheldon.
Maybe the adrenaline will just keep him going as Khan, number 10 on his back, runs in. Again, that is cut away by Peters.
An excellent feeling from Peters, going very low and ensuring that that ball doesn't elude him. So the magical score for the Cookery Divers, they would want to defend 80 or less to ensure that they are the finalists for tomorrow's game.
Well, it's looking pretty good now at 32 for 5, isn't it? So
way for 6 runs.
he actually just gave himself a little bit of room as well, didn't he, Hooper? He moved across his stumps just slightly.
Yeah, obviously the ball goes into the darkness, reappears in light, and the reactionary period is very short.
That's the problem. What
in Tambi from India, the former Trinidad Knight Riders player, but yet he conceded 8 runs. Woolley didn't concede a run.
Not a run. I'll tell you what, Imran Khan isn't far behind. Although they just got hold of him in that last over. He went for 2 in his first over, and then he took a bit of tap in that last one.
Well,
Alfred is in
they need
again.
41 in this over. So I think it's safe to say that the Divers will go straight into the finals. What a comeback. In tournaments, it's all about peaking at the right time.
Alfred is at his mark now. He runs in. That's a nice hit straight down the ground. Up there that high, do you? He's looking at the, are you sure? Yep. That's one for the over. There comes Alfred again, arms pumping. Went across his stomach. There to try and just put him off, and then that is one. Yeah. Did not bowl.
A hasty retreat, it's fair.
I decided to come back to the usual concessions there, and they had some really
a man like you.
And Owen John wasn't there, so I couldn't say I'm with him.
Kerwin
Right.
John, I don't think he would have allowed that. Kerwin knows your value to Tobago's cricket. I'm upset.
Here we go. Hooper to face, steps across his stumps, as has been his want just recently. Hits it out into the deep. They're going to come back.
You had to take it on the head.
Providence up to the wicket and bowls. Again, he steps across. He gets the inside of the bat there as he pulls that into the onside. They come back for a second.
That is the way to dive. Hooper diving in.
There was a big shout. That brings Simmons Peters onto strike. Where do they get these? Coloured gloves. Do you think Peters has got a bright yellow pair on with a black? Stripe going through them, and the Hooper's got those sort of 38. And over they require the run rate, sorry, is 38.
It might be a bit stiff.
So you can see. How the commentary has descended. Good strike back down. We've seen so many of those. Odd. Situations that opening game you still had the Rangers who were bottom of the table and they could have come and won it. And they really like him. That's a nice kid. He's so energetic. Uber's telling him if he does that again, I'll put him in the same place. Ooh. Makes it a little bit more difficult. Really need to find another maximum.
what he needs to do here, Asif, is to take his arms away from him.
Okay. You can check that on our highlights. Real, or you'll be able to play that at home without any trouble. But it looked very good. That's a terrific catch. Really good. 2 balls left. .65. For 6. Peters gets hold of that one. That goes out.
To the finals. Look at Asif. Hooper. He's a enjoying himself.
Right, well,
Association. Get the microphone. Time for the opportunity. Time for the MIT. I'm celebrating performance, so let's hope we get records to see who else had